Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I invite all of you to the second day of our national ICSSR sponsored national conference. And it is my pleasure to start this technical session number 4. So for this technical session, we have the resource person, Dr. Aloysius Edward J, Registrar, Christu Jayanti, Dean to be University, Bengaluru. And we are very happy, sir, that you are with us this morning after a long journey from Bangalore. I invite you, please, to come on to the dais. And I invite our sister principal, Dr. Sister Iniyasamma, to please come on to the dais. And I invite the chairperson for this session, Dr. Sister Candy Dipunha, Associate Professor, Department of English, Andhra Loyola College of Engineering and Technology, to please come on to the dais. I invite Mrs. Supriya to please take her place on the dais. And I invite Mrs. Santhisri to please come on the dais to be the reporter for this session as well, for the next session as well. I invite Dr. Satyaveda, Head Department of English, to please welcome sir with a sapling. So we had a very successful day of day 1 of the seminar, and we hope that today, the last day, also will be equally successful, and that everyone who will be participating will be very enriched by the resource persons and by the presentations that we're going to have. So we've got quite a lot of presentations that are lined up, and so we'll continue this session now. And I invite Mr. Sarath Chandra, Head Department of Journalism, to please come and introduce our esteemed resource person to the audience, please.
An accomplished scholar, and a nationally respected authority in quality assurance and higher education reforms. Dr. Aloysius Edward J is presently the Registrar of Christu Jayanti Deemed to be University, Bengaluru, and a Professor of Management in the MBA program. Over the last 3 decades, he has made an indelible contribution to higher education as a teacher, administrator, mentor, and policy contributor. He served Christu Jayanti College Autonomous with exceptional distinction as the Dean, Faculty of Commerce and Management for 13 years, and as the Director of the Internal Quality Assurance Cell for 17 years. As the head of the core committee, he spearheaded 3 cycles of NAC accreditation, culminating the institution being awarded A++ grade with a CGPA of 3.78 out of 4 in December 2021, the second highest score in the country and the highest in Karnataka. He also played a pivotal role as the champion for the international accreditation of the MBA program by Accreditation Council of Business Schools and Programs USA. A key contributor to national education reforms, Dr. Aloysius was nominated by the government of Karnataka as a member for the implementation of NEP 2020 for the Faculty of Commerce and Management and later for the State Education Policy 2024. He has been a resource person for over 40 national seminars on NEP 2020 and has addressed more than 2,000 teachers across the country, guiding institutions through curriculum design and implementation. His scholarly contribution include over 85 research papers, 7 books, and presentations at prestigious international forums, notably at International Network for Quality Assurance Agencies in Higher Education, Madrid, where he presented a case study on internal quality assurance systems. He has also served as a resource person in national and international conferences, refresher courses, and management development programs, including over 40 FTPs on outcome-based education. Dr. Aloysius' excellence has been widely recognized. His honors include the Best Teacher Award in 1999, the Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Lifetime Achievement National Award, the ACBSP Teaching Excellence Award USA, conferred at Kansas City for Region 10, covering 16 countries, and the Principal Excellence Award in 2020. Beyond academia, he has contributed extensively as an external PhD examiner, Board of Studies and Board of Examinations member in leading universities, academic advisor, editorial board member, and vice chair of the Member Relations Committee of ACBSP USA. He has also actively engaged with industry bodies such as Confederation of Indian Industry and Bangalore Chamber of Industry and Commerce, strengthening industry institution collaboration. He has played a pivotal role in strengthening internal quality assessment systems and facilitating autonomous status for higher education institutions, with 16 institutions benefiting from his guidance so far. With 33 years of teaching and corporate experience, Dr. Aloysius specializes in finance, accounting, and taxation, and serves as a consultant in quality assurance, institutional development, investment advisory, and tax planning. His global academic exposure spans over 20 countries, enriching his perspective on international best practices in higher education. Dr. Aloysius Edward J. exemplifies academic leadership with purpose, policy with practice, and excellence with impact. We are deeply honored to have him with us today. May I now invite Dr. Aloysius Edward J. to kindly address the gathering.
Good morning to all of you. All of us had breakfast or not? Let me see. Good morning to all of you. Good morning, sir. Let us see this side or that side. This side. Good morning to all of you. Good morning, sir. This side. Good morning, sir. Okay. Both the side energy is good. So all of you had a breakfast. Good. So, respected Reverend Sister Iniyasamma, the principal of Mary Stella College, the chairperson of this session, Dr. Beulah, the conference convener, respected faculty members, and my dear students and participants. At the outset, I'm extremely delighted to be part of this ICSSR sponsored national conference. I will thank Principal Sister and conference convener to provide me this great opportunity to interact with all of you on this special occasion. Thank you, Chairperson, for how much time, Sister, I have? How much time I can take? Yeah. Okay. Now, most of us are students, I just wanted to come near to you because otherwise when I stand here, it looks like we are having a big session. So I'll come closer to you so that we can try to understand the topic, what is given to us, and then we'll try to make us some little more collaborative, and we can have some kind of discussion. Otherwise, when I say something and yeah. So we can have a little more interactive session now. Since most of us are students now, so we try to understand the topic what is given to us. Make it a little more interactive. What's the topic today to discuss? All of us? What is that? What's the topic of the session? Anyone? They may not know. Okay. The topic of the session is digital diaspora, entrepreneurship. How the companies, all of us are studying, all of us studying economics, commerce, management. What course all of us are studying? X3 economics. Okay. Literature. Okay. Yeah. Literature. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Okay. So literature, economics, all this studying, correct? Okay. So we'll try to make it a little more understanding to all of us, the given topic, correct? Otherwise, when I say something on which is beyond our head, I just want to make it relevant for all of us, meaningful for all of us, so that all of us need to understand the topic what we are going to deliberate now. All of us know the Industrial Revolution, correct? No? Anybody has got any doubt, any idea on Industrial Revolution? We are in which Industrial Revolution now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Which revolution we are in? Industrial Revolution? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Which revolution we are in? 5. Fifth revolution. Why this revolution has come? What is the need for this Industrial Revolution? Why this? That's a change. Whenever there's a revolution, the revolution means for change. Okay, from the existing to the new one. The revolution has come. So earlier, I'm talking about before 18th century. Before 18th century, whatever we had, we make it through hand. Okay, so we weave it through cloth. Okay, so whatever we have, whatever we use, we made it through what? Hand only. There is no machines earlier. Okay, before 18th century. So, I mean, the hand, all of us know, it has got its own limitation. It takes time. It takes time. Okay? So, we are moving from hand manufacturing to the machine manufacturing. That was the first Industrial Revolution. Started in late 18th century, 1760 to 1840. 1760 is what? Late 18th century. Okay, and 1940. So that's a period, about 80 years. About 80 years, this hand replaced by what? Machines. So we started using what? Steam engine. Steam engine. Okay, and then we started using water. So at the time when the hand was used before 1760, the production was less. Production was less. So we urbanization happened. The more towns, more cities are developed. Urbanization. Okay, so what we are discussing is in the world, not in our country. In our country, we are not talking about. We are talking about the world. Throughout the world, what happened. Okay, so there was an urbanization. there was more missions happened, so more production happened. That was the first industrial revolution. The first industrial revolution was use of what? Use of water and steam engine. Engine we start using. That's the first revolution. Then we go to the second revolution. Second industrial revolution. So in till 1860, we didn't have electricity. Okay. So who discovered electricity? Science person. Who discovered? Who discovered is right? What we have earlier, people were living in what? Living in dark. There's no light. Today also we have. Even today, some villages in our country, Uttarakhand, some interior villages, people live in darkness. People live in darkness. Today, at present, in 21st century, people live in darkness. Okay? Because our country is a long way to move forward. Okay? So who discovered this? Thomas Alva. Okay? So all of us should have history student. How many times he failed? We studied. No? How many times he failed? He said, no? How many times he failed to discover this? History says 10,000 times. 10,000 times he failed. That's what we always we put forward. We put our effort. Thomas Alva Edison put 10,000 times to discover this. So when we put consistent effort, surely we can achieve our aim, achieve our goal. Always we talk about Thomas Alva Edison for putting effort, extra effort, consistent effort, what we put to achieve our goal. Okay, so second industrial revolution by use of what? Electricity. So through electricity, we started manufacturing. Okay, earlier we used what? Water, steam engine for production, but now we use electricity. So when we use electricity, what happened? The production was faster. Okay, production was faster because we use electricity. The engines are used by the electricity. So there was a mass production. The first industrial revolution, mass production start. What is a mass production? What's the meaning of mass production? Instead of making one cloth, they are making what? 100 cloth, 1,000 cloth, 10,000. That's called mass production. Okay. So the mass production started in first industrial revolution, and second industrial revolution, mass production, expanded. So when we have mass production, what happens? The cost will come down. What's called cost? What's called cost? To manufacture this cloth, what we have, the cloth, whatever we wear. So I'm just telling you the example of cloth because every day we are using this. So what's the material we use this here? Sister, what saree, what we use? The shirt, I'm putting it. Uniform that you are wearing. All of us use, what is the cloth? What's the material? What's the material?
Silk, nylon, polyester.
In Andhra Pradesh is the largest producer of that material. What is that? Cotton. Guntur. Guntur is the one of the largest producer of cotton. Cotton and another product is what? Chili. The two major comes from Guntur. Okay, because of the weather condition. Because of weather condition, these two are important crops that we get it from here. Okay, so cotton. Cotton is a major material. So cotton is converted into what? Thread. Different thread. Different yarn. Okay, the shirt is different yarn, and the uniform is different yarn. Saree is different yarn. Silk saree is different yarn. Okay, so they convert it into what? Yarn. Then they go for what? Weaving. They weave it. Okay. Then they go for what? Coloring. Then they go for cutting it. These are different stages of production. Okay. So now from the cotton, we convert it to what? Cloth. Correct? So what is involved? The cost involved. Expenses involved. So those expenses, whatever we use, it will come down. Why? You are making more. Instead of making 10 uniforms, you are making 10,000 uniforms for use of machines. So it reduces what? Cost. The second industrial revolution, use of what? Use of electricity. And assembly line, we call it. Assembly line means what? A group of machines can put together assembly line. Okay? So the cost will come down. So that's the second industrial revolution. Okay? Then it is between the early 19th century, late 19th century and the early 20th century. That is 1870 to 1914. What was the first industrial revolution? 1760 to 1840. 1760 to 1840. Second industrial revolution, 1870. That is late 19th century and early 20th century. Okay, that is 1870 to 1940. That was second industrial revolution, mass production. So what happened that during that particular time was the car industry. Cars have come, textile industry, cement industry. All these industries have come in at that point of time. Okay, so earlier all this the house were constructed with use of what mud. Okay, after second industrial revolution, cement has come. People started using what cement for constructing houses, constructing buildings. Okay, so that was the second industrial revolution. Then we got a third industrial revolution. It started from 1960s, the mid of 20th century. That is third industrial revolution. That is use of what? The use of computers. Internet, information technology, and then electronics. Okay, so electronics, mind, also electronic systems. Okay, so electronics, computers, internet, all these came into picture in the third industrial revolution. Okay, so 1960s. So in our country, all these computers have come. Always, you look at our country is a developing economy. So when we became independent in 1947, we were nothing. We didn't have anything at all. Okay, so we got computers, all that. It has come 1990, after 30 years. After 30 years, only all that developments came into picture. But in the world, it has come 1960s. So it is use of third industrial revolution, the use of electronics, computers, and information technology, internet. Okay. So what was an advantage? The advantage is what? There was a automation. And it became what? Automated. Okay. Then it becomes what? The automated industry. It has come. So a lot of IT companies have come. Okay, information technology companies have come. This Wipro, Infosys, what we're talking about, TCS, all these companies have come. IT companies have come. Okay, IT-based companies have come. Information technology companies have come. In the third industrial revolution. The third industrial revolution leads to what? Automation. So when you become automation, what's the advantage? Second industrial revolution, what was the advantage? Costs come down. The expenses have come down. First industrial revolution, what was the advantage? Urbanization. People have moved to the cities. Okay. Third industrial revolution, what was the advantage? Efficiency. It increases what? Efficiency. The computers start working smarter. So it increases what? The way in which we work. The efficiency got increased. This is the third industrial revolution. From 1960s till 2010. So in 2010, all of you were born. Even you were born after 2010 here. All of us were born, correct? So we are on what? Fourth industrial revolution. So first industrial revolution we were not here, nobody was here in this auditorium. Second industrial revolution, nobody was in this auditorium. Third industrial revolution, some of us are here. Okay. Fourth industrial revolution, all of us are here in this auditorium. Fourth industrial revolution, which is data of what? Which is the use of what? Anybody? Fourth industrial revolution, all of us know. Use of what? Use of AI, artificial intelligence. Okay. Internet of things. Okay. So from this mic, without this, I can without this connection, I can use it. Internet of things. Okay. So without, what is that? A washing machine is there. What is that? Machine is there to, sweep, to clean the room. Machine can move with one button. What is it called? Internet of things. Okay. So at home, in your own room, you can switch off the refrigerator. You can switch off the TV. You don't require what? You don't require the, what is that, remote. Correct? That's called what? Internet of Things. Then, very important is what? Data analytics. So, in internet has got a lot of data. So, how do we, take decisions? So, we have a data analytics. So, three things: AI, Internet of Things, and data analytics. So, which leads to what? Which leads to what? Which leads to data decision making. Data-driven decisions. Data-driven decisions we are taking. It increase efficiency. It becomes what? Automation. All that. The fourth industrial revolution. Okay. Now we are moving towards what? Fifth industrial revolution. Wherein in 2020 onwards, what's it called? It is human and machine. We are going to collaborate. We are going to collaborate with what? Machine. Okay, so machine learning and deep learning, we call it. So human and machine collaboration. How? Earlier, in third industrial revolution, fourth industrial revolution, machine works independently, human beings work independently. But now both work and what? Work together. It's called fifth industrial revolution. Both human beings. So that leads to what? That leads to what? Human creativity. That enhances human creativity. That enhances what? Smart factories. That enhances what? Digital platforms. So third industrial revolution, okay, fourth industrial revolution started with what? Digitalization. Fifth industrial revolution, what we are using now, what we are going to use now, what we are going to experience now. You are going to experience now. Okay, some of us will leave from this world at a time. Okay, but you are going to experience the real digital platforms. How machine and human being can work together. That embrace what? That embrace the creativity. Okay, that's the fifth industrial revolution. So, dear students, this why I am saying about this industrial revolution, that we need to understand how these industrial revolutions help our human beings to work faster, to work independently, and to think creatively. Okay, so these industrial revolutions helped for digital entrepreneurs. Help what? Entrepreneurs to work. So here we're talking about the session is about what? Digital entrepreneurship. Okay, so what is called entrepreneurs? Anybody? Who are called entrepreneurs? One who starts what? Business by himself. One who starts business by himself. Okay, so all these industrial revolutions provided the base for entrepreneurship. Okay, so without these industrial revolutions, people don't put what? So for entrepreneurship, for entrepreneurs, we require what? Capital. We require money to start business. So without these industrial revolutions, there will not be people to come forward to start business. Okay, so entrepreneurs are what? Who are the people who start business by themselves with putting their capital. They are called what? Entrepreneurs. So without these industrial revolution, there may not be what? Entrepreneurs. So earlier, first industrial revolution, we started a company. Okay, we started a factory. So all the earlier also we had a cloth. Okay, so where the cloth was made at home, everybody is at home, or some places they make a home, they make a cloth, they go and buy it. Okay, so there were no, entrepreneurs there. When we became first industrial revolution, the company started manufacturing it by use of water, by use of machines. So the factories have come, companies have come. So people who have got money, they start the factory. So the entrepreneur is coming. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So when we started that, then what happened was the entrepreneurs started. Okay. So the emergence of entrepreneurs lead to what? Because of what? The industrial revolution. That's what as a student we need to understand. That's why I was explaining how these industrial revolutions led to what? Entrepreneurship. That was the first discussion what we are going to have. Anybody who has got any clarification on the first point? How industrial revolutions help entrepreneurs. So now we started with the companies. Now currently we have third industrial revolution. Then we started IT companies. Then you have currently we have a digital platforms. We have a use of what? Use of internet, use of AI. We are having different digital platforms. So we have Flipkart, and we have a Zepto, and we have a Snapdeal, and then we have Zomato. All these are all what? Digital platforms who started the entrepreneur side. So the industrial revolutions led to what? Different stages of entrepreneurship. Okay, so when you start a company, big company, you require more funds. Okay, but when you start this kind of digital platforms, you don't require that much of funds. You require less funds, so you can start a new company. So many startups have come. So earlier we didn't have any kind of startups. So what is called startup? You require small investment and you can start a small company. So such type of things did not happen in first industrial revolution, second industrial revolution, and third industrial revolution, because you require huge money, huge fund is required. But today it is not required that much money. So many entrepreneurs are coming inside. Okay. So this subject as such, when we talk about entrepreneurship, we talk about this particular subject as such. It has come in 1960 after second industrial revolution. So after second industrial revolution only, the first time a subject on entrepreneurship has come in Harvard Business School. That means first industrial revolution, second industrial revolution, it was not there. We didn't have that much focus on this kind of entrepreneurship, to promote entrepreneurship. It has come after 1960. Then we started Indian Institute of Management in Ahmedabad, IIM Ahmedabad. Then later on, it has come as a course now. It's a program now. So you have a BBA in entrepreneurship, you have MBA in entrepreneurship. All this has come now as a program as such. Okay, this is how the subject also has come as an academics. In academics also the subject has come. Okay, so it's the first thing that we wanted to discuss here. How these industrial revolutions help the entrepreneurship. All of us are clear what we are discussing? Okay. So any thing that any clarification? So we move forward. Shall we move forward? Okay. Now second one that we have to discuss. How we move to conventional entrepreneurship to the digital entrepreneurship. Okay. So what is called digital? What is called digital? What is called digital platforms? Always we use, correct? This word is a new word for all of us. We use this word very often. Digital. What is that digital? What is called digital? Use of what? Use of internet. Use of internet. Use of mobile phone. Use of what? Social media. What is social media? What is called social media? Anybody? What is called social media? People interact through what? All of us have got WhatsApp group, correct? So what is this? What is that group called? Yeah, what's the group called? Digital platform, social media platform. We have Facebook. All of us on Facebook. All of us are LinkedIn. All of us are Instagram. How many of you are Instagram? Nobody's Instagram. Instagram. Some of us are there. Okay. Okay. Facebook, nobody's there. LinkedIn. Some of us are there. LinkedIn. Okay. So all these platforms are called what? Social media platforms. All these all got emerged post 2000, 2007, 2008, 2010. All it was before that it was not there. It was there. All these platforms were not there. See, all these are social media platforms. So by use of social media platforms, by use of mobile phone, okay, by use of internet, we connect people. We connect people. So all these are all for connecting. So your mobile phone for whom? For what? Mobile phones have come when did mobile phones come? 90s, but in our country it has come what? In our country it has come 1989, 1990, just 35 years before. Mobile phones have come. Earlier it was not there. Earlier we need to go, we need to go to the phone booth and then we need to make a phone call. Okay? See, all these, it has come what? That increases what? Increases the communication. Mobile phone increases the communication. So all these are all for connecting people. Okay? Social media, internet, and mobile phones for connecting people. So when you connect people by use of these social digital tools, we call them digital tools. By use of these digital tools, you start expanding business. You start creating new business. That is called digital entrepreneurship. So digital entrepreneurship means use of digital tools, we are creating new business. How does Ola works? Ola, all of us know what Ola, Uber, okay, Ola Auto, Uber, all this. How does it work? How does it work? Connecting through what? Drivers. Connect through drivers. Then online e-commerce platforms. We have Amazon. We have what things we have? Amazon, Flipkart. Then Mitra. Then Misho. Then what we have? Backside. Girls are there. Very, very, very smart. What are they? What is that? Blinkit, then Zepto. They're all online food platform. Okay? See, all these digital platforms, what we talk about now, they're connecting what? Connecting people through use of digital tools for expanding business. Okay? Very, very simple. Okay, so instead of going to the store, your physical store, you are creating what? Virtual store. You are creating virtual store, and then you are inviting people to see your virtual store, and then you start ordering. Customers are ordering. So, what's the difference between physical store and virtual store? What's the difference between physical store and virtual store? Okay. What's the difference between these two stores? When you buy things from Flipkart, or you are going to, supermarket and going and buying, what's the difference between these two? Both are same. The experience is same. So what type of experience we get? What different experience? Yeah, you can touch, you can feel. When you buy a sari, you can touch the sari. Okay, what other people are looking at the sari that you can look at. When other people are looking at that sari you want, by the time that lady would have bought the sari. Okay, all that happens, correct? So that sari only you want. Same color you want. By the time till that time, you don't want that particular sari. Correct? The other lady looking at the same sari you want that. Okay, so all this happens in what? All this happens in the physical store. Okay, in virtual store, how do you come to know all this sari, they like it or not? How do you come to know? There is a likes. Correct? That's a like. You put the likes, how many likes are there? There's more number of likes are there. More, then you do what? You buy that particular product. That's a likes. Okay? But what's the other difference? Ratings. Yeah, likes and ratings. Ratings are there. Okay? So that is the another way of looking at it. Then what's the other difference? What's the other difference? Experience. One experience that. Second experience. Options are wider. Wider in where? Physical store or virtual store? Virtual store. You have a lot of, because why virtual store? If I am manufacturing, I am also in that platform. So if I have 10 people are manufacturing clothes, all 10 people are on the same platform. Okay? But in the shop, you will have only one fellow who is one shopkeeper who is selling the sari, that person only can sell. You can buy. But here 10 people you can get. From 10 different stores you can get it. Okay? That's the first and second experience. Third experience. Yeah? On physical store also you can return. They don't allow. Okay. Within a stipulated time. Within a stipulated time. Yeah, within a time. Yeah. Then, yes, yeah. Yeah. Then, what is that? Huh? Marketing. Bargaining. Okay. What's the bargaining? What type of bargaining you have? In physical market? In physical store? You can bargain. Here, no bargain. But what is written there? 1,677 slash 50% discount.
Yes.
7,767. Okay? So you will get what? You will get highly motivated, highly influenced. Highly influenced. In a way, you are forced to buy. You are forced to buy. You don't want to buy that. You're just getting inside the store, virtual store. You don't want to buy anything. But indirectly, you are being influenced. You are being influenced and you are being forced to buy that. But here, you bargain. If it doesn't help, I mean, that depends on the quality of a salesman or quality of a saleswoman there. Okay? Some saleswomen are very smart. Some salesmen are very smart. They don't allow you to go out without buying one thing. But some are not. Some are depends on their mood swings they'll allow. Then you will come out. But there, yeah. So there are organized retail stores. There is no question of bargaining there. Yes, correct. Okay. But here you are indirectly you are being influenced there. You are forced to buy that. Okay. So that such type of things are there. Yeah. Any other experience you have? Another experience is what? You need not travel. Correct? You need not travel. You can buy it from anywhere in the world. Okay. So this is called, we call it what? Diaspora. The community. The community that you are creating, that's called digital diaspora. That's what discussion here. So digital diaspora means your migrants, your people community, anywhere in the world you can buy. So Amazon, anywhere in the world people can buy. Not only in your country, anywhere in the world people can buy. It can be delivered. So that community is called what? Digital diaspora. All of us are clear? All of us are topic, all of us are clear? What is called digital diaspora? Community connected through digital tools for expanding business. Okay? So you and me, all of us in this auditorium are called what? Digital diaspora community. Okay? Nobody is what? Excluded here. Nobody is excluded here. Everybody is included except God. Except God Almighty, everybody is included in this community. Okay? So God is overseeing the whole thing. God is giving an idea to create that. Okay? So except Him, everybody is part of this community. Okay? Now, that's the second point that I want to make it very clear. As a student point of view, what is that topic is about? Second point that I want to make it clear. Okay? And all of us are with me now. Anybody sleeping? Anybody sleeping now? Anybody wants to sleep? All of us want to get up and sit? Okay. Okay. So all of us can stand for a second and sit. Otherwise, yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Please sit. Please sit. That's for making us to be awake. Yeah. Yeah. Correct. Correct. Okay. Now, third point is, I'm just coming to our country. Because when we talk about all this, we should talk about our country. Okay? How our country has traveled this entire journey from independence. From independence, 1947, till today. How our country has traveled. In 1947, when you look at, how was our country? What was the situation at that point of time? We were under who? We were under the British colony. We were in the British colony, and we got independence. And then we started creating what? A basic facility. Okay? We did have basic facility, but at the same time, we did appreciate the earlier colonial system, there are certain facilities that have created and gone. We cannot say they didn't create any facility. They have created certain facilities, especially railway network, They created that. So currently we have a 97,000 kilometer of railway network. In that, around 70,000 kilometer railway network was created by the British. The remaining 27,000 only we created for past 77 years. So there are certain facilities that they have created, but at that point of time, we were under, because we didn't have that much funds, we didn't have that much support, so we started creating what? Basic facilities. So we started creating the industrial policy, because at the time, I mean, we were not under these kind of industrial revolution, so we started creating that. Okay? So there are certain companies. So we had Tata, and we had Birla Group, Tata Group and Birla Group, and we have another group called what? LNT. That's in total. So these are three important companies where engaging in what? All these kind of industrial work. So these are all called what? Organizations at that point of time. Besides the government, government companies. So these are three major companies were working for the industry at that point of time. Then later on, that is between 1947 to 1955, 60. So later 1960, Reliance has come. Reliance industry has come. Then they are into petrochemicals, textiles, refineries. And Reliance has come. And then Mahindra and Mahindra group has come for tractors and automobiles. Okay. Then till 1990, towards 1998, as all of us know, industrial revolution, third industrial revolution has come. So we were on the front runner. So at the 1990, our policy got liberalized. Okay, so we were till 1947 to 1990. So we were not that much, liberalization is not there, because the country, we cannot import from other countries, and we export, we need to pay a lot of tax. So that kind of restrictions were there. So those restrictions were removed. So 1991, we started implementing the new reforms, economic reforms. So that economic reforms led to pick up the third industrial revolution. So the third industrial revolution, India became the front runner in IT and ITES company. Okay, because of the liberalization. So we started exporting. So when we start exporting, there is a zone called special economic zone. We call it special economic zone. So what's the meaning of special economic zone? There's an area. Okay, for example, 500-acre area. So in this 500-acre area, it is given by the government. Okay, so in this government 500-acre area, if you start any company, so that company will have a tax deduction. They need not pay tax. Okay, electricity charge was less, water charge was less. So what happened was more companies started establishing the special economic zone. In Hyderabad, the special economic zone at that point of time. So Hyderabad had a lot of IT companies. Same way within Bangalore, a lot of social economic zone. Again, more IT companies have come. So these companies started manufacturing what? Software. Okay, by use of computers, by use of controllers, we started using the softwares. So these software we started exporting it to other countries. So we started getting the revenue from other countries. So we become the major driver of what? Driver of the third industrial revolution. So all these IT companies have come. Okay. Then after 2010, what happened was we become a digital usage. We use what? What is it called? Digital Payment Interface, DPI. Okay, so we started using our digital transaction by use of what? You are scanning the code and you are paying the amount. So we need to be proud of our country for use of digital payment interface. Even the developed economy like US, they didn't have this kind of digital payment interface. Till now, whatever we have here, you can pay even 1 rupee. Even 5 rupees, you can scan it and pay. But in the US, they cannot do that. Because they don't have that kind of robust system, robust infrastructure they don't have. But we developed that. So we are proud of our country. Because even 5 rupees you can pay, 10 rupees you can pay. So digital payment interface. So that interface started coming out with what? Lot of companies like Paytm, all these companies have come. Digital, fintech, we call it fintech companies. So these fintech companies have emerged. Okay, all these companies have come. Digital payment interface companies have come. Okay, that's a major, development by use of what? Digital tools. So in the third and fourth industrial revolution, we are the front runner. And even fifth industrial revolution, we started what? We started having it more companies based on what? Digital based companies. Okay, so the first and second industrial revolution we could not capitalize. Why? When we were independence, after 1947 to 1965, we started establishing the new facilities. We could not capitalize those advantages of the first and the second industrial revolution. The economic reforms, new economic reforms which has come in 1991, which has provided the base for leveraging the opportunities of the third, fourth industrial revolution. Okay, so the third thing that we'll have to discuss. So I just run through, the point. So you have this point.
No, ma'am, I am operating.
Sir, you can tell which slide.
Yes. Yeah, this one. Yeah, this one I'm talking about here. 1947, 3 groups of companies have come, Tata Group and Beulah and Lesson Reliance Industry, Mahindra and Infosys. The third from 1980 to 1990s and 2000 to 2010, 25. All these digital-based companies have emerged. Yeah, next slide. Yeah, this is what the industrial foundation which has come. In 1947, we can divide into 6 different stages. Okay, so 1947 to 1956, 1957 to 1980, 1981 to 1990, 1981 to 2004, 5 to 50, and currently now what we have now. Okay, so we have industrial policy, 1947, 1948, and 56 industrial policy, and then 1957, 77, 1980, that's another industrial policy. Major one is what? 1991, major reform, new economic policy. New economic policy 1991. It has provided the base for liberating what? Third industrial revolution. Then 2006, all these special economic zones have come. Okay, all these IT companies, all these startups coming in now. Now, in 2014 and 16, all these startups have come. A fellow who has bought only 5,000 rupees capital, 5,000 rupees money, 10,000 rupees money, and he start his own company. That's what we call startup. Okay, so lot of advantages, lot of government support for all these startup companies have come in 2014, and then we have a 2016 and 17 we had a GST, 2017, a common tax system that has come 2017. See, all these are all on UPI, payment interface, which has come. All these are coming in the last phase. So our country is in the right path in terms of what? Fourth and fifth industrial revolution. We are on the right path for taking this advantage to move forward. Though we had a lot of geopolitical tension, like we have a problem with Bangladesh, we have a problem with China. All these are all some specific problems that we have. Even in Pakistan, always we had from the beginning itself. All these problems, whatever we had, but still our country is moving forward with all these kind of initiatives from the government. Yeah, next one. Yeah, next. Yeah, the previous one. Previous one. Yeah, previous one. Yeah, this one. This is what we talk about, how India shifts from traditional to what? Digital entrepreneurship. Okay, so 47 to 65. I'm talking about the heavy industries. 47 to 65. 91 to 1990. What is that? Computers and IT. Third industrial revolution. Okay, so 91 to 2000. All this, more FDIs come, more foreign investments have come. Why? The policy got relaxed. Anybody can set up the companies here. Earlier, we used to have only one company in insurance. In insurance, we had only one company called what? What's the company we had? In insurance. LIC. The only one company we had. So after, LIC. Government-owned company. Today we have more than 23 companies. 23 insurance companies we had. Okay, so more foreign companies have come. Maruti Suzuki, we had only one, Ambassador car. Okay, only one car we had. Okay, so after that, after 1991, Maruti has come, Toyota has come, Hyundai has come. Because of what? The foreign investment. So foreign investment has come. Foreign companies can set up their business here. Okay, so because of what? The new policy reforms. Okay, that is what. So all this have led to what? Entrepreneurship. All they led to new entrepreneurs. Okay, so 91 to 2000. Then 2001 to 2002. So we have a internet. Internet got leveraged. So many companies have come. Then 2011, 2015, the major startup. 2014, the current Prime Minister started the Startup India. So all these e-commerce. Okay, so before 2010, you cannot buy anywhere from virtual store. We didn't have. We didn't have Flipkart. We didn't have all this. We needed to go to the physical store and buy. Okay, so from where we got this model? From Amazon in US. Amazon US, they started the same model we have used here. Okay, that's called what? What is that? E-commerce. E-commerce companies have come 2011 to 2015. 2016 and 20, digital. Okay, unified interface. So many fintech companies have come. ATM, all these companies have come to start with what? Digital payment. Okay, so it's called 16 to 20. Now, currently we are in what? Artificial. So many companies are coming into the artificial intelligence-based companies. Okay, the company which uses what? Artificial intelligence. So we are in the 5th industrial revolution. So a lot of opportunities we have as a student. As a student, what we have is lot of opportunities we have for in this particular industry, this particular 5th industrial revolution. So this is how we are moving forward from traditional to the digital. Okay, from factories to the digital platforms. But factory now, currently we are focusing on what? Now more of digital has come. But what happened? What? The manufacturing factory is getting what? Neglected. So now government is giving lot of boost for enhancing the factory. Digital platform, there's no much job creation. People are not getting more jobs. Because you are using what? Technology. More technology. So manufacturing industry should create what? More employment opportunities. So now we are focusing more towards what? Focusing more towards the manufacturing. Okay. So dear students, all of us need to understand as an economy, as a whole. Okay. So we are basically we are the agriculture-based economy. Agri-based economy. When we become independence. Okay, when we after 1990 we move towards, so the first 1947 to 2000, so we were what? The manufacturing. We started more of manufacturing setup, manufacturing and agriculture. After this policy has come, new economic reforms have come. When we leveraging the 3rd industrial revolution, more of service companies have come. So now more than 60% our GDP comes from the service sector. Okay, service sector. Whereas agriculture, which employs what? Which has got only 15%, which employs more than 60% of people. Okay, so our economy is basically agriculture-based economy, which has got only 15% of our GDP, which employs more than 60% of people. So that is the dichotomy that we have. There's a difference that we have. So we now currently we are focusing more on what? Manufacturing-based industry, which creates what? More employment opportunities. Okay, so manufacturing got neglected in the service industry. So we are focusing. Why it got neglected? Because of the China domination. China has got these factories. China can produce more products with the less cost. So we cannot compete with the China. So what we did? We moved towards what? Service sector. the world trade. So now we are moving towards what? Now China is getting regulated. China products are not getting accepted at the global level. So we are also pitching into what? The manufacturing industry now to create more employment opportunities. Next. 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 Yeah. Next slide. Yeah. Next. Yeah. This is we discussed. Now this is what three digital entrepreneurs that we have. One is what we have with the internet, and we discussed here, the internet, and then we have social media platforms, and then now we have the IoT, IA based platform. The three levels of what? The digital entrepreneurship. From 2000 onwards, from 2001 it started. For last 25 years, how it got evolved. Yes, next. So currently we have the transformative. Yeah. These are three people. So this is the difference between traditional and digital. Traditional and digital entrepreneurship. These are all the digital entrepreneurs. Shivanada. First one is Shivanada from HCL Limited. Second one is what? Nana Bhuti from Infosys. And third one is what? Asim Premji from Wipro. Okay, so they are all called what? Digital entrepreneurs. They started developing what? Digital based companies. Okay, so what is the difference between these two industries? Digital and traditional manufacturing industries. So one is what? Physical infrastructure. Our manufacturing industry is more of physical infrastructure. But here they require what? More of what? You are creating software, so that software should have an intellectual property. The software should have a patents. Okay. Here the more focus on physical. Here we are more focused on what? Copyrights and patent. You create one software, so that software needs to have a patent. That software needs to have a copyrights. There's a difference between these two industries, digital industries and traditional manufacturing industries. Second one, you have a capital intensive. You require more capital because you require more missions, more land. You require more capital. But here, you don't require more capital. You require talent. The person with the talent, the person who should have that expertise, knowledge. Okay, so that's a two difference between these two industries. Then here you have a large scale manufacturing. You can produce more, but here it led to what? High tech and services. It depends on services, and it is based on what you concentrate only at the national level because you have global competition. So unless you have a quality products, you cannot sell in the market. Okay, as all of us know, the tea that we produce, so we are one of the largest producer of tea in the world. Okay, the tea powder that we use in our house is a premium quality. The shoes, I mean, our people, we go to London, or our people we go to, Middle East countries, Dubai, Sharjah, they come, they buy what? They buy cloth, they buy money and come and give to us. So it come from where? It goes from where? It goes from the Tamil Nadu, one place called what? Tirupur. From Tirupur, the high quality banian or high quality shirt, high quality is all manufactured there, and they got what? Exporting there. Okay, you buy from there. You got it? The shoes, what you hear, you go to London or any other Germany, you go there. Where does you go from there? You go from the Agra. When you go to Agra, nearby Taj Mahal, you find lot of shoe industries. Okay, so that particular shoe, what you get from London, you cannot buy from there. Why? That is manufactured for exporting. You cannot buy from the locally. The same way, when you go to Tirupur, you cannot buy the clothes from directly. Why? It is manufactured for the Dubai, the particular store. You can buy from there only. You cannot buy from here. But in that particular shirt, there will be a small dot. Nobody can see that. They will disqualify. So that shirt you can buy. Okay? There is a small damage. The damage, nobody can see that. So that you can buy. The same way for the tea powder. When it comes from Darjeeling, Ooty, the main places tea is getting manufactured. Okay, so on the tea that you get, we get what? 34th quality. Okay, so can you imagine the first quality of the tea? How it would have been? How it should have been? You put one single leaf enough. The tea will be what? Perfect. That you get from where? That you get from a very premier hotel in London or Paris. You get from there only, not from here. Okay, so unless you have that kind of quality, you cannot reach the international market. It will be only the regional market. But whereas in digital, you can enter into what? International markets, because nobody is there. Software, nobody is there to produce. So China is not for that. China is only for the manufacturing. So we took the advantage of that. So it can enter into what? International market. So these are two differences between what? Traditional entrepreneurship and digital entrepreneurship. Yeah. The next, I'll finish it soon. Yeah, next. Yeah, next. One more point. And then we are in the third point. Yeah, all these are all we discussed. By use of these services we discussed. Yeah, next. Yeah. So this is the share of our digital entrepreneurship. Okay, predominantly into what? Fintech and e-commerce. 75% comes from fintech companies and e-commerce. What is e-commerce? What is called e-commerce companies? Amazon, Flipkart, these are all e-commerce companies. Okay, so what's called fintech? You pay through what? Digital payment. It's called what? Fintech-based companies. The remaining 30% is from SaaS. Okay, you heard about Zoho? Zoho is a company. No? Those are all the technology as a resource. Okay, that's called SaaS-based companies. The remaining 30%. So predominantly into what? Predominantly digital entrepreneurship into what? Fintech and e-commerce. Yes. Yeah. Yes. Next. Yeah, these are all different opportunities that we have. The fourth point. So we just discussed about, third point we discussed about how our India has evolved from traditional to the digital. Fourth point, as our country, what are the opportunities we have for this digital entrepreneurship? So we have lot of schemes that we have. Just look at quickly what are the different schemes that we have. We have Digital India, we have Skill India Digital Hub. We have taken the website of different schemes that we have, and then we have a special scholarship for this digital diaspora entrepreneurs. Special scholarship for the children that we have. Then we have overseas education scheme. Then you have a Know India program. So people from outside, they can know about our country. It's called Know India program that we have. Okay, and then we have Atal Innovation Mission. So another important innovation scheme that we have in our country. Startup India, all of us know that. Then NRI and OCI. Okay, so these people who work in other countries. So for them, a special scheme that we have. And then the Minister of Excel Affairs Diaspora platforms. So a lot of platforms that we have. Digital entrepreneur platform that we have in other countries that we have. Then investment incentives and state level incentives that we have. So different types of schemes that we have in our country for promoting the digital entrepreneurship. Yes. Yeah. These are all the opportunities that we discussed. Yes. Next. Yeah, these are different opportunities. Yeah, please. Next. Yeah, these are different opportunities we have discussed. Yeah. Next. Yeah. Next. Yes. Yeah. Next. Yes, sir. So next. Not right. Yeah. All different schemes that we have. Yeah. Pravasi Bharya Divas. Yes. Yes, sir. Next scheme. Yeah. So these are all the opportunities that we have. Schemes and opportunities. Different opportunities that we have. Now, in a digital, you can work remotely. You can work from home. Okay? In a traditional industry, you have to work, you go to the office, you have to work. So here the opportunity is what? A global remote work. You can work in a foreign company, you can work here. So there's an advantage. You can work for American company. You can work for a European company. But you will not go there. But you will get the European company's salary. But they convert into what Indian rupees they will give it to us. You don't get Indian dollars, but they convert and they give it our Indian rupee salary. That's an opportunity. Global remote work opportunity that we have. Second, what we have is the cross-border. You can collaborate with the entrepreneurs in other countries. That is possible. Okay, so other countries entrepreneurs we can collaborate, and then we can start a new company. That's another opportunity that we have, a digital platform. But whereas the manufacturing, you cannot do all this kind of work because you have to establish in our country. That is not possible. Then we have a startup hiring leadership roles. Different company role, the company from other country, we can have employ them here. The same way we employ another company from other. If we start our own company here, other country, we can employ them here. Okay, from the other countries. That's another important advantage we have. We can get the funding from other countries, venture capital, angel funding that we get from other countries. Okay, so these are all opportunities what we have in the digital entrepreneurship. Yes, next. Yeah, then you can patent. If you are creating new software, new product, you can patent a new patent that you can create, and then you can have a consulting. You can have digital consulting that you can do it from other countries, and then you can create. Very importantly, you can become a YouTube creators. Okay, you can have broadcasters. You can have your own channel that you can create. So this channel you can work anywhere. You can create your own YouTube channel. It's all possible in the digital platform. Okay. So many of our students are doing that. They are under influencers. They are influencers. They do what? All kind of influences in the digital platform. Okay. It's not possible here. Then you have a network of all these digital workers. That is possible. Digital platform networks that you can create. Okay. So these are some advantages and opportunities that we have with the digital entrepreneurship that we have. Yes, sir. Next. Yeah. Some important barriers what we have is the rural India, because all of us know that our country is what 60% of our population live in what rural. As I was telling in the beginning, some of the villages in Uttarakhand, Uttaranchal, Bihar did not enter into second industrial revolution. What I'm talking about is what? Electricity. They didn't have. They don't have now. Okay? So that is a major barrier that we have. Major bottleneck that we have. Okay? That is a digital divide. Major bottleneck that we have. And then funding. All of us all these companies require funding. Okay, the government will not support for all this funding. So funding is another major barrier that we look at. And then the regulatory system. The country has to come out. Now currently a lot of schemes that we have, but still a lot of regulatory concerns. There is no specific act that we have. Okay, so which act if anybody is getting fraud, digital fraud. So you are taking the money from other bank accounts. So it always happens. Cyber crime, all this happens. But all these cyber crime, there is no specific act, specific law we don't have so far in our country. That's another major bottleneck that we have for this kind of digital platforms. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. This is being discussed. Yeah. Next. Yeah. So this all sectoral. Basically, IT services got a lot of sectoral contribution. This more. Yes. Next. Next. Yeah, this is many women are getting into this particular digital platforms. Okay, we look at the women, ladies who are entering into this digital entrepreneurship. We look at 46%. 46% of women are into the digital entrepreneurs. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Next. So this is how many Indians are there outside India. So we have about 33 million. 33 million of our people are working in different countries. What we call it as a digital diaspora. Okay, we look at 33% of million of people, predominantly into what? US, UAE, and Canada. Okay, so these are three major countries our people are working as a NRI or as a PIO. What is PIO? Persons of Indian origin. Persons of Indian origin, or as a NRI, non-resident of India, more than 33 million people are working in different parts of the country, working in different companies. Okay? So we dominate major digital platform companies. Okay? This is not how our country is. Our people are working in different parts of the world, predominantly into what? US, UAE, and Canada. These three countries are major countries that we work. Okay, so this is, the fourth important point that I just want to focus on are opportunities and challenges what we have. So what we have seen so far? First one, what we have seen? What the first one we have seen? Industrial revolution. Second, what we have seen? What is called what? Digital diaspora community. Third, what we have seen? How our Indian system, or how our country got contributed from manufacturing to the digital. Fourth one, what you have seen, what are the opportunities and challenges and barriers in the digital entrepreneurship. Okay. Anything anybody wanted to clarify? Anything? Yes. So thank you very much for the great opportunity. Okay. So hope some of you understand at least what is digital. All of us know what is digital? What is called digital diaspora? Who and me are what? Digital diaspora community. We are all connected with what? Digital platforms, either through mobile phone or through what? Social media or through what? Internet. Okay. So thank you very much for the opportunity. Anybody has got any clarification, anything anybody wants to ask? Any clarification? Anybody? Any clarification? Anything anybody want to ask? Yes. All of us. Silence says two things. One is what? Nobody understood anything. Second one? All of us what? Slept nicely. Okay. Third time? Any clarification? Anybody? Students, anybody? All of us understood? So thank you very much for the opportunity. We wish you all the best in your future career. Okay. Now, last thing that I want to mention for our students, only for students. Where does the river water come from? River. All of us know river, no? What's the river that comes here in Krishna? Where does this Krishna water come from? Okay, that is in Western Ghats. In the Western Ghats, where does it come from? Okay, that is in ma'am saying Himalayas. Oh, Himalayas, where does it come from? Where does water come from? Rain. Correct? All of us know that. Rain brings what? Water. Without rain, no water. All of us clear? Clear, no? Air, where does it come from? Some basic questions. Air, where does it come from? Through what? Trees. So we say we plant more trees. Okay? The rain comes from, water comes from rain. Now the rain doesn't, how does the rain comes? Small drops, correct? The small drops of water makes the rivers to flow. Correct? Only small drops. The same way, we cannot become a big business woman, or you cannot, all of us have got your own goals, correct? You want to become a teacher, or you want to become you want to work in a bank, or you want to work in a company, in a class, want to work in a class, full class should be there, I need to work there. All of us have got your own ambition. All of us can achieve that. All of us can achieve the goal that you have. But with small effort. Small effort. Okay? So we are not saying big effort. Small effort that you make, that will make you to achieve your goal. That will make you to achieve the big goals. Okay? So whomever we are talking about here, all these entrepreneurs we are talking about there, all cannot become a multi-billionaire overnight. Okay? They cannot become multi-millionaire overnight. Infosys, I was talking about, he didn't have, in 1990, he didn't have 10,000 rupees to start a company. He didn't have 10,000 rupees to start a company. What he did, his wife, Tali, all of us know what is Tali, no? What is Tali? I mean, husband, his wife, correct? That when his wife came to our institution, Nanamurthy's wife came. Okay, when she came to our institution, she said, "My thali was sold for 10,000 rupees for starting a company." Okay, so then he put his effort. So everybody starts as a small. Then how it become big? Put the effort. So in the dictionary, always I say there is no question of what? Luck. There is no dictionary word called luck. It is because of your what? Effort. Your consistent effort. Your consistent effort makes you to achieve your goal. Nothing else. Okay? So this iron here is not iron from there. This iron is there, correct? Who can destroy the iron? Iron is a very big metal. Who can destroy the iron?
Its own rust.
Its own rust can. The same way, nobody can destroy the person. Only your own mindset, your positive mindset, only can change, can bring change in you. If you have a positive mindset, you will get a positive energy. You have a positive outlook. Your negative energy, your negative mindset, you will get what? Negative energy. So always be with what? People with a positivity. People with an optimism. So that will make you to achieve your goal. So dear students, we wish you all the best in all your future career. God bless all of us. Thank you for the great opportunity.
Your efforts can really bear fruits in leaps and bounds, and that is what Sir has highlighted. The chairperson of today's plenary session 4, Dr. Aloysius Edward, Registrar of Christu Jayanti, deemed to be University, Bangalore. It is indeed a great opportunity for all of us to listen to Sir. And Sir has simplified the entire talk. We could understand it very, very much. And the talk was on digital diaspora and entrepreneurship. Actually, digital diaspora is first time we, the students, people of literature, are listening. I think others might have been exposed to this topic, but from literature viewpoint, diaspora is something connected to the people and community. But today you have explored such a vast lot of facets in such a vast topic of digital diaspora, leading us from level 1, level 2, level 3 of industrial revolution till the digitalization. Thank you, sir, so much. We feel hugely rewarded with your lecture. And you are a great asset to your university, getting so much of NAC accreditation. Let us give a big round of applause to sir for coming all the way. Registrar sir, we are really awarded by you, and we are rewarded by you with your humble advice. And thank you. And you have also advised us to work hard and put on your efforts to become the technocrats or the good people of digital world, where we can bring the world together and contribute our talents and abilities. Now over to Dr. Beulah Madam for the further deliberations.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sister. Now I request our dear principal to please come on to the dais, and we will felicitate our resource person for this morning. Please, sister. So we'll continue with the technical session before we break for the tea break. Now I invite Shanti to have a brief introduction about Candy Sister, and then we'll have our presentations. We have a few presentations that are lined up. Shanti now.
It's a great honor to introduce Dr. Sister Candy D. Kunha, who is a distinguished associate professor of English at Andhra Loyola Institute of Engineering and Trade Technology, Vijayawada. With a passion for teaching and research, she has made significant contributions to the field of English literature. Dr. Candy has authored 3 books and edited several volumes on English language and literature, and has published numerous papers in national and international journals. She has completed certificate courses on Shakespeare world literature from Harvard University and has received several awards for her teaching and contributions, including the Best Teachers Award and the Best Anchor Award from the Government of Andhra Pradesh. Dr. Candy is a dedicated educator and administrator, holding various responsibilities such as NAC coordinator and IQAC coordinator. As a member of the editorial board of several reputed journals and a chairperson at various conferences, Dr. Candy has demonstrated her expertise and commitment to her field. Her passion for education and service to the marginalized are truly inspiring. With her versatility and dedication, Dr. Candy continues to make a positive impact in the academic community. We heartily welcome Sister to this conference.
For the beautiful introduction about me, and I am a student of this college.
Yeah, she's
I
an
always
old
take
student
pride
of this
to be a
college.
Stellite. I always take pride, and let us all, give a clap for ourselves, because we all of us are in this college. We are Stellites, especially those who studied in Madhav Gupta and
She
Beulah madam and all.
was a student of Beulah ma'am.
Yes, and sister is our favorite, Sister Iniyasamma. Dr. Sister Iniyasamma was our favorite teacher, and she has inspired us a lot, and our principal of the college. And Sister Leena, always we remember you with gratitude, the way you used to inspire us during the assembly prayers. I really fold my hands, and today what I am is only because this Marie Stella College, the foundation they gave me. I did my intermediate and degree over here, and I owe a lot to this institution. So thank you for calling me as alumni and always be connected to me wherever I am. Thank you so much.
Sister is a great poet also. She
Oh.
used to recite poems on every cultural week. Like she used to be very enthusiastic to present
Thank you
before
so
the
much.
audience.
Thank you. So that was a great introduction, and now let us break for tea because we are running in short of time, and let us come for our technical session.
Yeah,
Thank you.
strictly please come back within 10 minutes. Students especially, we request you to be inside as soon as you collect your snacks outside. Don't go anywhere. Yes, thank you.
పంచభూతాల సాక్షిగా నాలుగు వేదాలు పఠించి మూడు ముళ్ళు వేయగా మన ఇద్దరం ఒకటయ్యే కళ్యాణం.
సమర్పిస్తుంది గోల్డ్ ఎక్స్చేంజ్ మీద పాత బంగారు ఆభరణాల ఎక్స్చేంజ్ పై గ్రాముకు ₹150 అదనంగా పొందండి. జిఆర్పి జ్యువెలర్స్ శుభ ఆరంభానికి ప్రారంభం.
పంచభూతాల సాక్షిగా నాలుగు వేదాలు పఠించి మూడు ముళ్ళు వేయగా మన ఇద్దరం ఒకటయ్యే కళ్యాణం.
జిఆర్పి జ్యువెలర్స్ సమర్పిస్తుంది గోల్డ్ ఎక్స్చేంజ్ మీద పాత బంగారు ఆభరణాల ఎక్స్చేంజ్ పై గ్రాముకు ₹150 అదనంగా పొందండి. జిఆర్పి జ్యువెలర్స్ శుభ ఆరంభానికి ప్రారంభం.
పంచభూతాల సాక్షిగా నాలుగు వేదాలు పఠించి మూడు ముళ్ళు వేయగా మన ఇద్దరం ఒకటయ్యే కళ్యాణం.
జిఆర్పి జ్యువెలర్స్ సమర్పిస్తుంది గోల్డ్ ఎక్స్చేంజ్ మీద పాత బంగారు ఆభరణాల ఎక్స్చేంజ్ పై గ్రాముకు ₹150 అదనంగా పొందండి. జిఆర్పి జ్యువెలర్స్ శుభ ఆరంభానికి ప్రారంభం.
పంచభూతాల సాక్షిగా నాలుగు వేదాలు పఠించి మూడు ముళ్ళు వేయగా మన ఇద్దరం ఒకటయ్యే కళ్యాణం.
జిఆర్పి జ్యువెలర్స్ సమర్పిస్తుంది గోల్డ్ ఎక్స్చేంజ్ మీద పాత బంగారు ఆభరణాల ఎక్స్చేంజ్ పై గ్రాముకు ₹150 అదనంగా పొందండి. జిఆర్పి జ్యువెలర్స్ శుభ ఆరంభానికి ప్రారంభం.
పంచభూతాల సాక్షిగా నాలుగు వేదాలు పఠించి మూడు ముళ్ళు వేయగా మన ఇద్దరం ఒకటయ్యే కళ్యాణం.
జిఆర్పి జ్యువెలర్స్ సమర్పిస్తుంది గోల్డ్ ఎక్స్చేంజ్ మీద పాత బంగారు ఆభరణాల ఎక్స్చేంజ్ పై గ్రాముకు ₹150 అదనంగా పొందండి. జిఆర్పి జ్యువెలర్స్ శుభ ఆరంభానికి ప్రారంభం.
పంచభూతాల సాక్షిగా నాలుగు వేదాలు పఠించి మూడు ముళ్ళు వేయగా మన ఇద్దరం ఒకటయ్యే కళ్యాణం.
జిఆర్పి జ్యువెలర్స్ సమర్పిస్తుంది గోల్డ్ ఎక్స్చేంజ్ మీద పాత బంగారు ఆభరణాల ఎక్స్చేంజ్ పై గ్రాముకు ₹150 అదనంగా పొందండి. జిఆర్పి జ్యువెలర్స్ శుభ ఆరంభానికి ప్రారంభం.
పంచభూతాల సాక్షిగా నాలుగు వేదాలు పఠించి మూడు ముళ్ళు వేయగా మన ఇద్దరం ఒకటయ్యే కళ్యాణం.
జిఆర్పి జ్యువెలర్స్ సమర్పిస్తుంది గోల్డ్ ఎక్స్చేంజ్ మీద పాత బంగారు ఆభరణాల ఎక్స్చేంజ్ పై గ్రాముకు ₹150 అదనంగా పొందండి. జిఆర్పి జ్యువెలర్స్ శుభ ఆరంభానికి ప్రారంభం.
పంచభూతాల సాక్షిగా నాలుగు వేదాలు పఠించి మూడు ముళ్ళు వేయగా మన ఇద్దరం ఒకటయ్యే కళ్యాణం.
జిఆర్పి జ్యువెలర్స్ సమర్పిస్తుంది గోల్డ్ ఎక్స్చేంజ్ మీద పాత బంగారు ఆభరణాల ఎక్స్చేంజ్ పై గ్రాముకు ₹150 అదనంగా పొందండి. జిఆర్పి జ్యువెలర్స్ శుభ ఆరంభానికి ప్రారంభం.
Just page 1 పెట్టిన
ఇది పీపీటీ చూడండి. పీపీటీ మీకు పెడతాను నెక్స్ట్ ప్రెజెంటేషన్. నీకు పెట్టినా ఎవరు పెట్టినా నేను పెట్టినా ఎంఎస్సి
అది లోపల తీసుకొని రాకుండా తినేసిరండి. ఓయ్ తినేసిరా, పో బయటకు తినేసిరా. చెప్పేది నీకే, బయట తినేసిరా.
ఎంఎస్సి డాట్
బయట తినేసిరా.
ఎంఎస్సి డాట్
చెప్తున్నా మేడం. The first participant and in the paper presenter is K. Sharachandra, Assistant Professor, Department of Journalism. So before you share the paper, just let me tell you that please try to just brief out your paper. Don't try to read the paper. Present your paper. You will be given only 5 minutes because we are running in short of time. We have 3 to 4 presenters. If we have to have a collective discussions, asking queries and all those, we require a little time. So don't read your paper, only present the paper and stick to the time limit. So over to you, sir. The first presentation by you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm K. Sharachandra from the Department of Journalism. My topic for today's conference is Language Shapes News, the English Journalism Nexus. English functions as a global link language. It helps journalists reach wider audiences and supports accuracy, professionalism, and credibility in news reporting. Language is the main tool of a journalist. Among many languages, English has gained special importance because it is widely understood across countries and cultures. The correlation of English and journalism. English helps journalists communicate clearly and effectively. It allows them to report events accurately and present facts in a structured manner. Journalism has a symbiotic relationship with English. English is an essential language in journalism due to its global acceptance and professional value. However, it has some limitations. Let us discuss the limitations and future research discussions. So, the correlation of English and journalism has some ethical and cultural challenges. The dominance of English language journalism raises concerns about cultural representation, inclusion, and bias. It is here media literacy plays a vital role in helping audiences interpret English language news, recognize cultural biases, and resist misinformation, fostering informed and responsible global citizenship. Conclusion. The research concludes that journalism intertwined with the English language represents a transformative force in global communication. The research also encapsulates the core arguments and findings of research, underscoring journalism's emerging status as the new global lingua franca. I once again thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity.
So that was a very short presentation, very brief presentation. Just 1 minute. Do you have any queries with regard to the gist of the presentation which Mr. Sharat Chandra has made? Anybody would like to have or ask any question? Just 1 or 2 questions. So my question is, what is the scope for further research?
Ma'am, as English is a global language, like archives, everything, like sources, and journalists also can easily communicate with their audiences. They can engage with the audiences easily because of adapting to English language. So everything across the globe, across the world, you can access all the information because it's available in English. All the websites, all the archives, all the libraries, digital libraries, everywhere. So there is a lot of scope for doing research in this area, I feel.
So you don't want to bring in any other language, any other foreign language?
And cultural biases, like by focusing only on English language journalism, there is a chance that we may overlook certain regional languages. So that is one of the limitations of my talk.
Okay. So you are from the Department of Journalism. Okay. So thank you. That was a great presentation, sir. As being from the Department of Journalism, he has focused on English language. Had you been English faculty, I would have asked you many ELT questions, especially grammar translation method and how it works. I would have asked you, but since you are a journalist faculty, you have focused on the aspects of journalism, and that is excellent. So thank you, sir, for your great presentation. Now we have a second presenter, Mrs. Y. Supriya, Head of the Department of English, Stella College. Okay, I will go to the third presenter, madam. Would you like to present? Yes. So, negotiating hybrid identity in Indian diasporic literature, a study of language, culture, and belonging in the globalized world.
Good morning, everyone. At the outset, I thank the Almighty for letting us organize this conference on this theme, which enables me to present this paper. I'm Supriya, Y, Department of English, Stella College. I'm here to present my paper on negotiating hybrid identity in Indian in a globalized world. The purpose of this research study is to explore influences language practices, cultural memory, and transnational belonging. This paper examines migration as a foundational sign of civilization and argues that globalization has intensified human mobility, making migration an inevitable feature of the contemporary world. Rather than viewing migration merely as a social or political disruption, the paper positions it as a productive force that generates cultural interaction, hybrid identities, and transnational belonging. Within this broader framework, the study focuses on Indian diaspora literature, a significant tradition within post-colonial studies that captures experiences of displacement, cultural negotiation, and identity reconstruction. A central concern of this literature is how migrants negotiate belonging while living between homeland and hostland. This negotiation often occurs in what Homi Kebaba calls the third space, an in-between cultural zone where identity is fluid, hybrid, and continuously reshaped. My paper offers a comparative reading of Jhumpa Lahiri and Bharati Mukherjee, two major Indian diaspora writers, who present contrasting models of migration and hybridity. Jhumpa Lahiri's fiction portrays migration through quiet, understated emotional experiences rather than dramatic conflict. Her short story collection, Interpret of Maladies, depicts immigrants who struggle with loneliness, communication failure, and cultural in-betweenness. Even when characters share a language, they fail to connect emotionally, suggesting that diaspora creates psychological as well as cultural distance. Language in Lahiri's works becomes a fragile bridge for translating pain and a desire across cultures. In the namesake, Lahiri explores second-generation identity through Gogol Ganguly. The conflict surrounding Gogol's name symbolizes the struggle of hybrid identity, his attempt to reject his Indian heritage and assimilate into American culture. Ultimately, Gogol realizes that identity cannot be erased, as it is shaped by family memory, migration history, and emotional inheritance. Lahiri thus presents hybridity as a slow, intimate, and emotionally layered, preserved through food, domestic spaces, rituals, and family relationships, what may be called quiet hybridity. In contrast, Bharati Mukherjee presents migration as a process of radical transformation and reinvention. Her novel Jasmine traces the protagonist's journey through multiple identities: Jyoti, Jasmine, Jace, and Jane, each name marking survival and self-fashioning in a new cultural space. Unlike Lahiri's characters, Jasmine frequently sheds her past to move forward, suggesting that identity is fluid, performative, and mobile. Mukherjee's earlier works, such as The Tiger's Daughter and Wife, reveal the psychological strain of migration, particularly for women, acknowledging that reinvention can be painful and traumatic. Nevertheless, Mukherjee emphasizes agency, assimilation, and transformation, portraying hybridity as active and disruptive rather than nostalgic. While both writers engage with Indian diaspora life, they represent two distinct modes of hybridity. Lahari emphasizes memory, emotional continuity, and cultural preservation, often within domestic spaces. Mukherjee foregrounds structure, change, and self-relation with identity shaped through movement and adaptation. I now conclude my paper stating that diasporic hybridity is not a single experience, but a spectrum of negotiations. Together, Jhumpa Lahiri and Bharati Mukherjee offer powerful literary insights into how migration and globalization reshape identity, belonging, and cultural meaning in the contemporary world. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you. Let us give a big hand of applause. Thank you, Mrs. Supriya, head of the department. That was indeed an amazing paper. You have explored so wonderfully well the characters from Bharati Mukherjee and Jhumpa Lahiri. I think the people of different departments over here, history department, and then other departments, sociology department, journalism department would have definitely understood the key element of migration in the paper which Madam has presented. I have only one question for you before we could ask the audience. What made you to select this topic and collaborate with the Department of History and the other departments when you are organizing this
Our
conference?
idea was we will have a wider scope for participation and also for wider deliberations also. And if it is limited to only English literature, then we will expect a limited number of participants. And the research output also will be, I think, more if we collaborate with the history and ICSSR guidelines also. Now they are sanctioning conferences only interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary. That's it.
Thank you so much. So you have highlighted the key aspects of new education policy, and that is something wonderfully well. Thank you. It was a great paper. Thank you. Anyone would like to ask any questions to the head of the department directly to Madam? Any questions? Anyone over here? Okay, no. So we'll go to the third presenter. The third presenter is S. Vishalakshmi, librarian, Department of Library and Information Science, Stella. Your paper, Changing Reading Habits of College Students in the Digital Era, Perspectives of Viksit Bharat, that is 2047.
Respected chairperson, honorable guests, and dear participant, good morning to everyone. I am S. Vishalakshmi, librarian, Stella College, Vijayawada. Today, I am pleased to present my paper titled Changing Reading Habits of College Students in the Digital Era, Perspective for the Viksit Bharat at the rate 2047. Reading has always been the foundation of learning, critical thinking, and intellectual growth. Traditionally, college students depend on printed textbooks, journals, and newspapers. However, with the rapid advancement of the information and communication technology, reading habits have undergone a significant transformation. In the digital era, students increasingly depend on e-books, online journals, digital libraries, open educational resources, and social media. In India, initiatives such as Digital India, NEP 2020, Swayam, and the National Digital Library of India have further strengthened this shift. As India moves towards the vision of Viksit Bharat at the rate 2047, understanding students' reading habits become crucial for building a knowledgeable driven society. Reading habits today go beyond printed materials. Digital reading includes screen-based text, hyperlinked contents, multimedia resources, and non-linear navigations. These platforms offer instant access to vast information, making learning more flexible and convenient. However, this convenience also brings challenges. Students often engage in skimming rather than deep reading, which affects comprehensive and critical thinking. Thus, while digital reading expands access, it also changes the nature and the depth of reading. The main objectives of this study are to examine the changing reading habits of college students, identify the factors for influencing digital reading behavior, analyze the challenges associated with the digital reading and highlight the role of academic libraries in support vision of Viksit Bharat at the rate 2047. Several factors contributed these changing reading habits, including rapid technological advancements such as smartphones and high-speed internet, which enable anytime and anywhere access to information. Academic requirements increasingly encouraging the use of the online resources for assignments and learning, while time constraints lead students to prefer quick and easy accessible digital content. In addition, the widespread influence of social media promotes short fragment reading patterns, further reshaping the students' engagement with reading materials. Despite the advantages, digital reading presents serious challenges. Reduced the deep reading and critical thinking are common concerns. Prolonged screen usage lead to eye strains and health issues, while frequent notifications and multitasking disrupts the concentration. Another major challenge is evaluation of the credibility of online information as students are exposed to both reliable and unreliable sources. Additionally, there is a noticeable decline in reading for pressure and reflective learning. Academic libraries play a vital role in addressing these challenges. They provide access to authenticate digital resources, conduct information and digital literacy programs, and promote ethical use of information. By encouraging a balanced reading culture combining print and digital formats, libraries support critical thinking, lifelong learning, and responsible citizen. Strong reading habits are essential for realizing the Viksit Bharat at the rate 2047 as they contribute to innovation, research, social awareness, and democratic participation. In conclusion, while digital technology have transformed students' reading habit, promoting deep, critical, and ethical reading is essential. Academic institutions and libraries must work together to bring up meaningful reading practices. Alignment these efforts with the vision of Viksit Bharat at 2047 will help develop knowledgeable and responsible citizens for a developed India. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Yes, Vishal Lakshmi, librarian, you have wonderfully presented all about the digital library. So what about the hard books, like hard copies? What will happen to those?
Both are using Kumari. Both are using. Our students are, we are providing digital contents, and also we are providing print textbooks and e-journals, print versions also we are providing. We are encouraging both, and while we are giving the orientation or anything, we are giving both preferences to both.
Okay. So that was something very beautifully presented, but she highlighted so much on the digital content. Of course, we are in the digital era, and students should go digitally, but there are other deviations too. Because, students' attitude is always to click on too many platforms, as sir was also telling, digital platforms, and sometimes deviate. Anyone would like to ask any questions? English faculty or Beulah madam, about the library? Anybody would like to ask any question to madam? She presented a long paper focusing all on digitalization, and by 47 she says the okay, so a compliment, not a doubt. So wonderful compliment the librarian has got. Good. Anybody else? Any doubt? Students, you yourself can tell whether the digital material is good or the hard copies. Because when I studied over here in Stella College in 2005, we didn't have anything, not many things. I don't think even many computers were there. Hardly 2-3 computers were there, and there was one computer technician, CITO, if I'm not mistaken. He used to only guide, and even for project we didn't have any computer. So we have to read the books. We have to take the books. We have to feel the book in our hand and we have to read. How about the material you are reading? Is it feasible, or the hard material is okay for you? What do you want to say?
Both are important.
Both you are using. Okay, so you are asking for e-copies and all that, correct? So thank you for enlightening and being a part of this wonderful session. Usually we don't see a librarian presenting in the conference, but this is a great attempt by Stella. Let us give them a big round of applause. Excellent, great. Now we have our next presenter, Dr. K. Swaroop, Department of English, Economics, okay, Department of Economics. Which college? Stella College. Okay, sir. Department.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Dr. Swaroop from Department of Economics. I'm from this college. Respected dignitaries on the dais, chairman of the session and reporter of the session, and my co-presenters, and my colleague lecturers, and my dear students and IT staff. So today, without wasting much of time, my topic is from exile to homeland, an economic study of rehabilitation strategies for Jewish returnees from Israel. So first of all, before going into the topic, migration itself is an economic phenomena. Why I have chosen this topic is, so returning from to their homeland is not an easy task for them. That was a boon or bane, no, we cannot say. So first of all, exile means homeland where they are being forced to leave away, because you all know the circumstances why they were forced to leave away, and returning to one's own country with a distress and back to one's own originals or ancestral homeland. It was a pain for them. The situation is not cakewalk for them. And one more thing is, migration itself is a lot of problematic. They have to carry everything. So at this juncture, I have selected these topics. So if you see, forced migration has historically resulted in lot of economic insecurity for them. Once they went out and faced a lot of problems, and they are about to settle in their own homeland where they went away, and they have to return back again. So this displaced positions, among such cases, the Jewish diaspora represents one of the longest and most complex experience for them in throughout their life. So for centuries, Jewish communities, not only one or two, but both communities, lived as minorities across different countries and faced social exclusions, economic restrictions, and occupational barriers. So today, living as a minority in other country and of returning back in their own country, initial stages. I was talking about the Jewish living as a minority after returning back in the initial stages. That was the point I want to tell you. So it was a very no one can explain this thing. It was the hardship faced by them only. So this establishment of Israel enabled large-scale migration of Jewish people from various parts of the world. However, returning to homeland did not automatically ensure economic stability for them. Most of the returnees arrived with limited financial resources. And again, this itself is one more economic phenomena, financial resources. They have to leave everything there, what they have earned, and they have to come back. So, disrupted livelihoods, and one more, unfamiliarity with local economic situations again. So they face problems such as unemployment, housing shortages, income insecurity, and skill mismatch, both before and after, before going and after returning back. So economic rehabilitation, therefore, became a crucial task for them. It was a curse like them. So it involved restoring employment opportunities, providing income security, ensuring housing and integrating returnees into productive economic activities. So it took a long time. Today, if you see Israel, it is an example for the world, total world. But it was not an easy day or two to achieve for them. Just please listen. It was not an easy task. Today, if you see the example of Israel, I'm not going to point out anything from Nobel Prize to the inventions. If you see, they were the number one. But it was not easy. You might have think that where the country we have only one or two Nobel Prize, except like in economics, Amartya Sen, that's all. So you see a lot of number of Nobel Prizes from the Israel. So this was not an easy task after returning back. So a lot of problems they have faced. So this paper examines the economic problem faced by, my paper examines the economic problem faced by Jewish returnees and analyzes the strategies adopted to rehabilitate them, what the Jewish government, Israel government took to rehabilitate them, with special focus on state intervention and long-term economic activities. So I'm not going to read the review of the literature. Of course, I have taken the review of literature on the initial literature from Brooks, labor markets, and some other journals and some things. Okay, but the objective of this study is examine the background, why, how, and when they have returned after migrating. To identify the economic problems faced by returnees and to analyze rehabilitation policies and strategies. Today, if you see, any country has to be flourished, there need a strong foundation of policies and strategies to flourish that country, economic policy especially. So you can imagine what the country took, what type of the policy it has taken. To assess labor market integration and employment opportunities, to evaluate long-term economic contributions, and to derive policy lessons for migration management. At least they have shown the world a policy lesson, migrating lesson, what they have to learn by leaving and coming back. Okay. So the research methodology is a simple one, ma'am. I took the design based on secondary data. Data were collected from books, academic journals, government publications, and reports of international organizations. Qualitative analysis was used to understand the economic rehabilitation process. So, but however, my paper has a very limitation. Frankly speaking, every paper has its own limitations. My paper depends on the secondary data only. Limited availability of uniform quantitative data, where I have felt a lot of problem, but there was a time constraint, madam pushing me, sir, you didn't submit the paper, Sorry, ma'am. So despite so many constraints that I did my, frankly admitting I did my paper, but there was a lot of research. Students can take this and can do research, because I have everything is over for me. I have reached this all scales, but there is an opportunity. The question debatable for you. You can take the young budding generation to take this diaspora of economic phenomena of migration and lead this subject for higher research studies. Last limitation is context to specific findings. It was very difficult to, if I concentrate on any point, I couldn't find that topic. Even sometimes a good AI helped me a lot. Thanks to the AI team. But the topic I'm telling is very good one. The hypothesis is Jewish returnees initially faced, the hypothesis is they faced several challenges. That's the first hypothesis. State-led rehabilitation policies improved their economic conditions. Because when the state, Israel state intervened, they have had a good enough time to pick up. Labor market integration improved over time to time. Labor market, because in a economic phenomena, end of the day, the labor market is the constraint where to flourished the market. Then economic rehabilitation contributed positively to the national development. But there are also some problems and challenges in this. Jewish returnees face several challenges like high unemployment and underemployment, housing shortages and infrastructure. There was no houses. They have to live in the tents in their own country. Insecurity, moreover, most of the thing is insecurity in their own country, and mismatch and delayed recognition of qualification where they grown up in another country, they have studied in that countries. For example, most of the Jewish still living in we see in Bapatla there are also some Jewish communities still today. They have studied there, they understand the Indian culture, and after some times they have to go there. That's a written document in the Bible. If I say they have to go there, once they go there, their home country itself is a due to them. So that barriers they have faced in their own country, and the language and cultural barriers. They don't know their own language. That was the initial. Then regional economic inequalities, physical burden on the state of all these peoples. So with this, the analysis and discussion is, I will take only 5 minutes. Here is initial economic Okay, girls, I will post my paper so that you can all study. At least I will study the side headings for the students' sake. So initial economic vulnerability is one more thing. Then the role of state intervention, then labor market intervention, then income mobility and inequality. Regional development is one of the most disparity. Then long-term macroeconomic impact, that was the main boon for them. And the analysis confirmed the economic rehabilitation in a multi-stage policy-driven process, coordinated state interventions, transform displaced population into productive economic agents. So finally, the policy suggestions and conclusions are faster recognition of foreign qualification. That has to be done. Faster recognition of the qualification. I don't know, they might have did that. Then employment-oriented rehabilitation strategies has done. Strengthening languages and skill training. Balanced regional development policies. It has to be regional balance has to be done. Viewing rehabilitation as long-term investment. Finally, conclusion is the economic rehabilitation of Jewish returnees was a challenging one, but untimely a successful one due to structured state intervention. Proper rehabilitation policies transformed returnees from economic vulnerable migrants into a contributors to the not only national development, world development. The experience provides valuable lessons for countries facing migration and displacement challenges. So, presentation. Now, I would be happy if you would ask any questions.
So, Dr. K. Swaroop, I did see that it is an economics paper. We felt that it is a facet of English paper also, because English people also will present in a similar way. Whenever we present a diasporic writings, we will focus on the Jewish communities. But you have given the dimension of course, of economics, their livelihood and the way they stayed and all that. It was indeed a wonderful finding by you, Professor of Economics, trying to do a research on this particular area. And this is indeed a wonderful opportunity for everyone, especially the Department of English and the History Department who has taken lead, to give opportunity to the other departments also to come out and voice out their ideas from different perspective. I can see it is a scholarly paper. If you little bit work on it, it can be nicely published in a great journal. So thank you so much. Any questions?
Yes, I would be appreciate if you ask any questions. Yes, sir. Sorry. But I think that is near place. Still they are there. Thank you for correction. Not Bapatla, it is Chebrolu. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So good. Any questions? Any questions to sir?
Thank you, Ananda.
And indeed, you gave introduction for many of the papers, like those who want to, those who want to deliver their paper, like especially me, I did not give such a vast introduction on the Jewish community because you have already given.
And thanks to Beulah ma'am and
Supriya ma'am.
ma'am. Thanks all my and Sailaja ma'am.
Thank you so much. So thank you, sir. Now we have our next presenter, Dr. V. Prakasham, Assistant Professor, SRR CVR Government Degree College. His paper is on From the Telugu Country to the World Diasporic Christianities and Transnational Lives of Andhra Christians.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Dr. Prakasham. I'm here to present a paper on From Telugu Country to the World, Diaspora, Christianities, and Transnational Lives of Andhra Christians. The term diaspora evokes dispersal from a homeland, but also implies continual reformation. People gather in new locales, recreate communal institutions, and sustain ties back to the place left behind. For Christian communities from South Asia, the diaspora movement has been especially ambivalent. Historical background, Christianity in the country. To understand diaspora trajectories, it is necessary to trace the formation of Telugu Christian identity at home. Missionary activity in Telugu areas intensified from the late 18th century and 19th centuries. Protestant and Catholic missions established schools, hospitals, and mission stations across the coastal deltas and upland regions, producing significant conversions among agrarian castes and artisan communities. These institutional infrastructures, seminaries, denominational networks, Lutheran, Baptist, Church of South India, Pentecostal groups, and missional educational institutions became crucial resources for social mobility and modern education. Migration circuits roots of Andhra Christians. The migration history of Telugu speakers is multi-layered. Early dispersals, including colonial era movements, labor indenture, and migration to British imperial ports and plantations, example, Fiji, Mauritius, South Africa, which created scattered Telugu communities in the Indian Ocean world. The post-World War II and post-1960s era saw new patterns, skilled migration to United States, Canada, Australia, and UK, especially among professionals and students. When Andhra Christians gather abroad, they reconstruct familiar religious forms while adapting a new social environments. Congregations often organize around language, Telugu Sunday schools, Telugu hymnody, denominational affiliation, Telugu Baptist, Andhra Lutheran diaspora groups, or charismatic expressions, Pentecostal and independent Telugu congregations, where resources and numbers permit diaspora Telugu churches, mission style Sunday schools, youth groups, women fellowship, and social welfare arms. Migration creates inflows of capital that reshape parish life and community expectations. Remittances from the Gulf and other destinations support household consumption, education, and housing in Andhra. They also underwent church building projects, scholarships, and mission enterprises. Returnees, especially those with the resources, often become patrons of local congregations. Identity politics. In host societies, Andhra Christian diasporas often within broader diasporic South Asian communities and ethnic minorities. within the host societies. This dual minority status shapes public visibility. In some contexts, Telugu Christians deliberately emphasize linguistic and cultural identity. Ritual practices in diasporic Telugu congregations operate as vehicles of memory and belonging. Celebration of Christmas, Easter, harvest festivals, and saint days are often infected with Telugu hymns, food, and seasonal rhythms that re-anchor migrants to their cultural past. Diaspora Christianities are not immune to the structural vulnerabilities that migrants face. Many Andhra migrants to the Gulf and other labor markets confront precarious employment, restricted rights, and social marginalization. Churches often provide critical networks of support but can only partially mitigate structural constraints. Conclusion. This paper has argued that Andhra Christians diasporas are best understood as process of scattering and gathering. Dispersal creates new centers of religious life, even as diasporic congregations reproduce and transform home-based idioms of faith. Ethnographic work on Gulf congregations and pastoral strategies that address temporary labor migration. Longitudinal studies of integrational change in North American and European Telugu congregations. Comparative denominational research to understand why certain traditions, Pentecostalism, prove more mobile and adaptable. Political economy analysis, remittances, and church patronage, theological reflections from within Telugu Christianity that grapple with exile, belonging, and mission in the 21st century. Thank you, Ananda, for me this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Dr. B. Prakasham, for your beautiful paper. My simple question and direct question is, what made you to take this topic?
Being a history lecturer, I have decided to take this topic because I did my research in this missionary movement.
Okay, so that was actually a very good presentation. He has explored a lot of ideas with regard to Telugu community going to different places. So it's not easy to talk on this. Since you have a research background, you are able to present it so well. Any other questions to sir? Students of history, anybody? Any students of history over here? You would like to ask any questions?
My research topic is conversions and consequences, a historical perspective. That's my actual topic in my PhD.
Okay.
Swaroopa.
Okay, so nice. Thank you so much. So once again, let us give him a big round of applause. Thank you, sir. Now we have a next presenter, a student presenter, Miss Vijayawada-08. She is second BA Special English student of Stella College, and her paper is Influence of Indian Cinema on Diaspora Identity and Connections.
Good morning, everyone. Myself, I am Vijayawada-08 from second BA Literature, going to present on the topic Influence of Indian Cinema on Diasporic Identity and Connection. Next slide. Next slide. This presentation explores how Indian cinema, especially Bollywood, influences the identity and cultural connection of the Indian diaspora. With migration spread across the globe, cinema becomes an important medium for preserving emotions, traditions, and a sense of belonging beyond national borders. Next slide. Globalization has made diasporic identity more complex. Migrants often rely on media to stay connected to their roots. Bollywood serves as a cultural anchor by preserving traditions while also reflecting modern global lifestyle familiar to the diaspora communities. Next slide. Cinema is more than entertainment. It shapes values and social behavior. For the diaspora, films provide narratives that help individuals understand family, culture, and belonging, especially when living in the culturally different societies. Indian cinema draws from Rasa theory, which focuses on emotional experience. Bollywood uses music, dance, and strong emotions to connect with audience. This emotional realism allows films to cross cultural and linguistic borders easily. Next slide. Post-colonial and transnational perspectives show how Bollywood blends Indian traditions with global influences. This hybridity reflects diasporic identity, where individuals live between homeland values and host country cultures. Next one. Bollywood creates an homeland for the diaspora. First generation migrants experience nostalgia through films, while second generation viewers learn about Indian culture mainly through cinema, often in an idealized form. Next slide. Watching Bollywood films is shared culture ritual for the diaspora. Cinemas and digital platform become community spaces where identity and belonging are reinforced through collective viewing and cultural participation. Next slide. Music plays a key role in emotional connection, carrying classical traditions into popular culture. Bollywood also reflects diaspora tourism, inspiring visitors to India to experience places and traditions seen on screen. Next slide. In conclusion, Indian cinema strongly shapes diaspora identity by sustaining emotional ties, cultural memory, and community. Bollywood preserves tradition while adapting to the change, making it a powerful force in negotiating diasporic identity today. Next. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
So that was nice, Vijayawada, for your great idea to present the cinema. Even we have never thought of presenting this kind of paper from this dimension. So you have wonderfully brought out the idea of diaspora, especially in Bollywood. But my question is, what about Tollywood? Is it only Bollywood or Tollywood or all the woods? Next time you'll be bringing. Oh, very good. That is so dedicatedly. Because your teachers are prompting you, you are telling next time you'll be presenting.
I got an idea, but first from the Bollywood.
Okay, very good. Great. Thank you. What about the music you were playing? There was a music, right? For every slide. Technical issue, but it made a real impact because you are talking for cinema, synchronized exactly with the music. Let us give her a big round of applause. The student has come up with a paper, a wonderful paper from the diasporic perspective. Thank you so much. And that was great presentation. Please explore Bollywood and all the woods. Okay?
Thank you, sister. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think we have finished. All of us have, I shared the papers. So over to you, sir.
Yes. Yes. So good morning to all the students and delegates. So this technical session started after the scholarly presentation by Dr. Aloysius sir. Total 6 papers were presented in the session by Prakasham sir, Sarachandra sir, Supriya ma'am, Visalakshi ma'am, Swaroop Kumar sir and Vatsalya. So Sarachandra sir paper highlighted the fundamental interdependence between the English language proficiency and journalism. He stressed that English proficiency serving as the backbone of journalism and language is the main tool for journalists. And Supriya ma'am paper highlighted the migration as a foundational sign of development, and she highlighted the works of Jhumpa Lahiri and Bharti Mukherjee. So Visalakshi ma'am paper, she has highlighted reading as the foundational stone for learning critical thinking and knowledge. In the online era, so National Education Policy 2020's Swayam National Digital Library supported the students by offering convenience. At the same time, she discussed about the challenges of digital learning. And Swaroop Kumar sir's topic, Exile to Homeland by the Jews, highlighted the migration as an economic phenomenon, and returning to homeland by the Jews is both a boon as well as a bane. So he stressed the challenges involved in the returning of homeland by the Jews in Israel. So in the next paper by Prakasham sir on the topic from the Telugu country to the world by the Telugu Christians, it highlighted the contribution of Telugu Christians for the development of Telugu language culture, along with the economic strengthening of Andhra Pradesh. And final paper by Vijayawada-08 on the topic influence of Indian cinema and diasporic identity and connection explores the contribution of Indian cinema for the preservation of Indian cultural identity. So thank you everyone for presenting your papers. Sir. Thank you so much.
So with that, we have come to the the end of the technical session. We have a short felicitation for Sister Candy. Thank you, Sister. You have done this section wonderfully. Thank you so much. And I congratulate all the participants for your very good presentation. Thank you so much.
So I also owe my gratitude to my director, Reverend Dr. B. Joji Reddy, and my principal, Dr. O. Mahesh, and my and the director of examination, Dr. Emmanuel, for giving me this opportunity, because to relieve a staff like this for this kind of program is not that easy because of a lot of commitments in the college, but still they gave me this opportunity to present my paper. Thanks to my teachers over here. English, of course. Yes. And thanks to everyone. And thanks to Stella for being so good and inviting me. Thank you so much. Beulah madam, I'm always indebted to you so much. And madam so much. And where is the head of the department? Oh, yes, yes. So it is wonderful to be with all of you.
This really a lively session, I hope. And we enjoyed this.
సరే యూపీఎస్ ఎగ్జామ్ సెక్షన్ వాళ్ళు మాకు సంబంధం లేదంటారేంటి? నీకు తెలుసు అంటున్నారండి అడిగితే.
Technical session, Dr. Iniyasamma, Director, Department of History, Loyola College, Chennai. Father, please. Mr. Supriya will invite Father, welcome Father with a sapling. I invite Dr. B. Prakash, Head Department of History, SRR and CVR Degree College, Government Degree College, Vijayawada, to please chair the session. Sir, please. So we have a few presentations that are lined up for this technical session as well. But after our resource person speaks, then we'll have certain technical session, technical paper presentations. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm not new to this college. I'm Dr. Prakasam. I worked here for 2 years in this college when Sister Teresa was principal of this college. 25 years ago, I worked here. For 1 year, I taught intermediate history along with the great teacher of Loyola College, wherever Mungar. And for 1 year, I worked in the leave vacancy when Mary Rutmangal, the then head of the Department of History, when she was on leave, I worked here for 6 months. Later, I also worked in the place of Iniyasamma Garu for 6 months. So I am not new to this college. As I have got acquaintance with college now and then, whenever you call me for valuation, I come because of that great regard for this college. Now I invite Arati Swami Garu to give his message on this occasion. Okay, sorry. Now I request Santhisri Garu to come out to the dais.
I take this opportunity to introduce Reverend Dr. R.K. Swami G from Tamil Nadu, and is a priest of Raiganj Diocese, West Bengal from 1992. Presently, he is the head of the Department of History and shifted to Loyola College, Chennai. Sir has done many, he has so much of academic knowledge. He did his philosophy from 1978 to 1981, and he holds a BA degree from 1981 from Arul Anandar College, Madurai Kamaraj University. Father did his MA in history from 1984 to 86 from Madras Christian College, and he did his 4-year theology from 1989 to 1992 in the seminary, Kolkata. And he holds a doctorate which was completed, awarded in the year 2015 from University of Madras to Loyola College, Chennai. And his thesis title, Maltese Jesuit Santal Mission, 1925 to 1989, a historical perspective. So Father had held many positions as assistant headmaster and hostel superintendent, co-pastor in Rajapur parish, and excellential vice assistant from the Diocese of Christian Life Community, and many other responsibilities as a principal in the college affiliated to West Bengal State University, Kolkata, and as a professor, animator, moderator, etc. Since father has many more experiences in different fields, we welcome you, father, for this session. Thank you. Over to father.
It's a beautiful time to feel hungry. Even though you and myself are hungry for the physical food, we will have some food for the thought now. And I can guarantee that I will never allow you to sleep. If at all you sleep, it's your risk. Okay. As long as I was there with you, it was very soft. But when I have come here, I feel very hard now. And I tell you, if you take the national and international politics, especially the power and the diplomacy are concerned, we have some ammas and akkas. And they play a vital role, and we can't just avoid. And the same case is with this institution, an esteemed institution, and I am proud to be here. And we have the principal, Iniyasamma, and we have Dr. Reverend Sister Leena Quadras, the correspondent, Dr. G. Beulah Sunanda, the convener, Dr. Sister, of course, the principal, and Mrs. Y. Supriya, the organizing secretary, the HOD of the Department of English, and Dr. S. Vanilatha, the IQAC coordinator, and the vice principals, Ms. Usha, Kumari, and Dr. Sister Asha. And we have the members of the organizing committee of this conference, Mrs. N. Sailaja, and Mrs. LMR Swaroopa, Mrs. B. Santhisri, Dr. Krupa Sheela, Ms. Suswara Deepika, and Ms. Ramya. And among these people, we have two men, Mr. Anjani Simha and Dr. Madhav Gupta. You may be wondering why I read all these names, See, all these names are very soft names. And you take the word soft, it cannot be hard. And the word hard cannot be soft. And such a beautiful topic has been given to us to discuss. We have soft power and the cultural diplomacy. We have the theme, bridging borders, reimagining futures, diasporic identity, integration and innovation in an era of a transformation. When there is no bridge, or someone loses the bridge, he or she is then thrown to the borders. When the imagination is weak, the future becomes very vague. When you are in a diaspora, the identity becomes a crisis. When you are disintegrated, the integration becomes a question mark. When creativity becomes scarce, innovation becomes diminished. When the personal formation undergoes deformation, reformation and transformation becomes a distant reality. That is the reason we have taken the right theme for this conference. We have to bridge the borders, reimagining the futures and a diasporic identity, integration and innovation in an era of transformation. You must have heard of the story of two fishes. In an ocean, there were two fishes. The story was told by Tony DiMello. A big fish and a small one. One day, the small fish was swimming here and there looking for something. And seeing that, the big fish was asking the small one, "Hey, small fish, what are you searching for? I see you restlessly swimming here and there. What's your problem?" The small fish told, "Oh, you are bigger than me and you are more intelligent than me. You'll be able to answer my question. I heard people talking about the ocean, and I am looking for the ocean." And the big fish told, "You are stupid. The place where you are swimming itself is ocean." But the small fish told, "You stupid. It's only water." And therefore it started swimming elsewhere looking for the ocean. This is what happens when we talk about the soft power and the cultural diplomacy. It's part and parcel of our life, and we are not able to realize it. We become soft, and at the same time, we also become hard. And life becomes difficult, at the same time, life becomes smooth at times. It starts with the persons, and it ends with the nations, and finally, it's a cosmic reality. And I just go for another story. You may be wondering, this is the time to listen to some stories also, but connected with our theme. It's a Bengali story given by Ramakrishna Paramahamsa. He is known for beautiful stories, I tell you. You can buy the book Parables of Ramakrishna and read and read and read. You will enjoy. This story is about three people: father, mother, and the girl child. One day, these three people were going for an exhibition. As they reached the exhibition, the girl child was so excited and she wanted to buy everything. And she was going on demanding the father and mother for many things. But the mother knows how to keep the mouth of the child shut. She got a beautiful girl doll, gave to her. The child was so happy. And it was time to come back home. And they were returning, and it was raining like anything. And the roads were so bad, and everywhere they could find only slush and ditches. And this girl was keeping the doll and singing songs and dancing and coming. Before she fell down, the doll fell down in the muddy water. And the girl immediately wanted to pick it up. And the father told, "My dear daughter, leave it. The doll has become dirty. And when we go for the exhibition next week, I will get a better doll for you. The child was weeping and weeping and weeping, and finally he forgot to eat and he went to sleep. Now next Sunday, all the three were decorating themselves and getting ready to go for the exhibition. And the child was very excited because he is going to get a doll. As they were going, it was raining like anything. And at a certain distance, the mother was not able to walk on the road and she fell down. And immediately the father was trying to pull her up. The child told him, "Daddy, the mother has become dirty. Leave her here. Let's buy a better mother at the exhibition." You can't have a better topic than this. You can't have a better topic than this. You can't just borrow anything. It's original. And therefore it's connected with our own system, the life. And therefore you can't have a Xerox copy of this particular topic. And therefore you have taken a beautiful topic which we can linger for years and years and years. Whatever topic you take, it will come back to this. And so therefore the vibrations of this topic cannot be borrowed from elsewhere. It's an original topic, and I really congratulate the organizers of this conference. And let me come back to another story. Father is going on telling stories. An elephant was sick, and therefore all the other animals brought the elephant to the nursing home. And the doctor checked, and he told him, "Tomorrow your friend the elephant will be operated. And therefore you all can go." So all the animals who came to the hospital went back. And finally, the doctor admitted the elephant. And then the doctor was just coming out. He saw a small ant sitting on the chair. The doctor was asking, "All your friends have gone and the operation is tomorrow only. What are you doing here? You can also go." But the ant told him, "It's true, if I go, I may not come back tomorrow. And tomorrow is the operation. And if my friend the elephant needs blood, I want to give. This is my small effort on this topic." And an elephant also can be doubled by the ant. Okay? Recently, I went to the Nalanda University in Bihar. I could recall the preciousness of the soft power and the cultural diplomacy over there. And we also had the Japanese doll exhibition in Chennai last year. And our own history students were part of it. And how these Japanese were promoting their own culture, you see. Dolls, small, tiny dolls. We had a few stalls. And our students were very, very happy. The thing is, Japanese were promoting their own culture through this exhibition. And finally, when the exhibition was over after 15 days, the ambassador of Japan came and gave the remuneration to the students and the certificates. And therefore, you can understand. So you can't just say that I am not part of this soft power or cultural diplomacy. And I also visited Nepal. I went to Kathmandu to present a paper in the World Social Forum. I could understand the whole world was there. They all had different concerns, and many Asian countries were there. And then also I could feel that people were longing to give their word than sword. And therefore, the word is more powerful than the sword. And no wonder the diplomacy becomes very, very cultural. At the same time, the power becomes very soft. I can go to the next. Next slide. This is about the culture. The Capt today. He was born in 1928 and he died in the year 2020. He was a renowned Dutch scholar, psychologist, researcher, professor known for developing the cultural dimensions theory, a framework for understanding national cultural differences in values and behaviors based on his study of IBM employees worldwide. And therefore, culture has got different denominations, the differentiations. And he identified the main cultural dimensions as power distance, the unequal distribution of power, and the individualism, and that goes against the collectivism. And we have a masculinity and a femininity, uncertainty avoidance, long versus short-term orientation, and indulgence versus restraint that help explain how cultures differ from one place to the other. And therefore, it helps as a model for comparing the national cultures. You take, we will fall in some category, or sometimes we fall into all the other categories. The culture is very rich. At the same time, we become strangers to our own cultures. And therefore, he has just given the different phases of culture, which is part and parcel of every nation. Okay. Next. You can see the picture. The food plays an important role. I went to Bangladesh recently. I was there for 1 full month. It's a Muslim country. And I was so happy to meet all those friends. But at the same time, I find everywhere little fear. Now there's no government at all, absolutely. And from there only I came to know this Taslima Nazreen, whom I met in a Calcutta book fair. And she has written a book, Amar Chele Beulah, in my boyhood. She's a girl. But the way she looks at her, that's a different way altogether. Because each and every person is a mixture of she. She includes he. Woman includes man also. And therefore, it's a complementary. You can't just divide people, and you can't just say who is bigger and who is smaller and who is taller and who is equal. And therefore, this soft power and this cultural diplomacy goes on the principle of equality, complementarity, and inclusive attitudes. Therefore, you can't just separate them. And gone out those days. And therefore, when I went to the northeast, especially Nagaland and all, the mother design in Bengal, from 87 onwards, I was there, 1987 onwards. And when you go to your house, the mother comes and invites you, receives you. And the father gets up and he gets ready to go for the job. Father, my wife will take care of you. My children are there, they will take care of you. And I tell you, the love expression becomes so soft in the life of women in the northeast and Bengal, but the whole of the northeastern region we can see. Even among the tribals also, it's very, very beautiful. Okay? And therefore we find the term soft power was coined by political scientist Joseph Nye in the late 1980s. And he argued that nations succeed when others admire their values, culture, and policies, not when they fear their strength. So there is no possibility of fear here. It speaks of the affinity, the closeness, the relatedness. And therefore, there is no force at all absolutely. Soft power does rest on three important pillars. One is culture, the second one is political values, and the third one is the legitimacy of foreign policy. So every nation has three important areas: culture, political values, and the legitimacy of foreign policy. And therefore, nations enhance their global influence through cultural exchange, appealing ideas, and shared values rather than through coercive tactics. And therefore, I was just talking about Bangladesh, In spite of the differences remaining there, I saw a boy selling dosa. I was stuck because the Islamic food culture is entirely different. And they are not used to dosa, idli, and all those things, chutney, sambar, and pickle, and all those things. I went to the shopkeeper and asked him, and he was telling, recently I went to for my treatment in Tamil Nadu, Chennai. There was a Vellore, and there I came across this particular food, and it's so cheap, and I began to pick up this particular business. I did not have any business at all. Initially, people were just looking what type of things these fellows are selling, this fellow is selling. And after some time, people started eating and eating. Now I have a few branches also, he was telling. The food. And therefore, it's very, very appealing. The cultural exchange and appealing ideas and the shared values rather than the coercive tactics. So the coercive tactics leads to violence and exclusivism. Okay, next. What is the meaning of soft power? We very often associate ourselves with the hard power. Because the diplomacy with the military might and economic strength, and we call it hard power. And soft power is defined as the ability to influence others through appeal and attraction, not through the use of force or violence or coercion. Okay? And therefore, this involves leveraging cultural resources, values, and policies to foster goodwill and achieve desired outcomes. And therefore, it's not about a persuasion over pressure, influence over imposition. And therefore, here we speak of the affinity, the inclusiveness. If you give pressure, there is no pleasure. Next. And what are the sources of this soft power? One is the culture. Each and every nation and even every village and the soft power. Okay. And when we take up the culture, it involves the arts, literature, music, and media, which project identity and values globally. And the political values, such as democracy, human rights, and the rule of law, which enhance the nation's moral authority. It's not immoral authority, moral authority. And when we take the political values, we are stuck with the democracy. We are on the democratic country. And we follow republicanism. Now, what do you mean by democracy? Anyone can give the definition? So, governance for the people, by the people, and of the people. Okay? This is beautiful. So, you get a 10 out of 10. But in reality, the governance to by the people, P-U-Y. And for the people, F-A-R. And of the people, O-W-F. This is what happens now. And therefore, the democracy is really a big question mark now. Okay? And therefore, everywhere you find the business being inculcated in the political policies. And when we come to the foreign policy legitimacy, resulting from actions perceived as just and aligned with the international norms. And therefore, you are not individual. Your nation cannot be completely separated from the other nations. And therefore, you can't get into the global reality. Next one. And there also you find the 7 pillars you find. The previous one you come. You see the 7 pillars of the soft power: the business and trade, governance, international relations, culture and heritage, media and communication, education and science, people and values. On these 7 pillars with the soft power rests. Next one. And we can also make the difference between the soft power and hard power. We have already seen, it's very good. When you take the method, the soft power always goes for attraction, and the hard power goes for force. Even you can't just force your own child. You can't force. But the present government is forcing for everything, you see. What to eat, and what to study, and what to worship, and what to read, and when to sleep, when to clap. What a foolishness. During the Corona time, the COVID time, at appointed time, the whole nation was clapping. And you put on the light, and put on the light. All those things reduce the Corona. Okay, and therefore there is no force at all, absolutely. The hard power, in the soft power. And the resources, culture, values, and diplomacy. And the hard power depends upon military and economic sanctions. And the outcome is influence for the soft power, influence, goodwill, cooperation. And compliance, control, and dominance. That's for the hard power. And sustainability. You have the long-term sustainability. It really builds trust and confidence among the people. And the hard power is only short term, and it creates resentment and hatred. Okay, the next one. We can also go back to the history, how this the soft power was brought into the life of the people. And we have early examples of the soft power in action. You take Romanization, and there we are stuck with the concept of a Pax Romana, the peace of Rome, the Roman peace. That involved the spreading Roman language, culture, architecture, law, and governance throughout its empire. And we just come to the story of Germany under the rule of Hitler. He also had the policy. What was the policy? Pan-Germanism. Everything German. And therefore he went to the extent of killing so many non-Germans. And therefore that's hard power, not the soft power. And this one is very much inclusive, the peace. And therefore, the Pax Romana did not go for pieces. And we have the Chinese navigator. He was Admiral Zheng He. And you will be surprised. He was the Chinese explorer, and he was admiral, diplomat, and he was a eunuch. Actually, eunuch has no place at all. But now, they also have a place in the society, and they also have human rights. And therefore, what a beautiful example of taking a personality from China, that eunuch. And therefore, this eunuch took up 7 voyages from China, and those voyages are known as treasure voyages, demonstrated wealth and civilization, building ties through cultural exchange rather than conquest. And 7 journeys, really marvelous journeys he took up. From 1405 to 1433, 7 journeys he took up, and all sea voyages. In the first voyage, he covered Southeast Asia, India, and Sri Lanka. And he also, in the other voyage, I'm not going to explain all the 7 voyages. He went to the Persian Gulf, Arabian Peninsula, East Africa, and the Indian Ocean regions. And finally, he came to Calicut, and there he died. A person who is unwanted in our outlook, but he proved himself. He was a diplomat and he was a political analyst, and though he was a eunuch, he was able to prove, and his 7 journeys were filled with the adventures, and that really brought the power of China to the rest of the world, especially the Southeast Asian countries and the southern portion of India. And we have the French diplomacy, using language, culture, and the Enlightenment ideals to gain influence in Europe. We have come across the French Revolution of 1789. The Bourbon monarchy was ruling, and we have the whole story of Louis XIV. He says, I am the state. He never bothered about the people. And our next one came, after me the deluge. 15. And the next one came, and he became a petticoat king. Mary Antoinette, she took up the whole administration of the country, and it was really a political shipwreck. And in course of time, we find the Republican form of government is formed. And we have a lot of stories, and we also have the emergence of reformers, the philosophers, the intellectuals. You can also mention a few of them, Montesquieu, Rousseau, and Voltaire. They criticized left and right in order to bring the soft power to the people. And therefore, the Bourbon monarchy was erased, and the people's power came into power. Okay? And therefore, the French diplomacy played an important role in the soft power. Next. And we have certain ideas which really influence. We have the US President Woodrow Wilson. He released 14 points in 1918. What for? These 14 points They have reshaped the international policy by promoting democracy and its self-determination. The whole world was disturbed by the First World War, but he comes with a certain beautiful set of points, the policies. And after the Second World War, we have the Marshall Plan. That was to rebuild Europe through economic assistance. It's not economic domination. The people who were in need of the assistance, the economic assistance was given in order to keep up the balance, political balance. And we have the Fulbright Nehru program. That was giving a lot of academic fellowships and scholarships for the students of India who were studying in America at that time. And these ideas promote self-determination, free trade and collective security. And they influence nations by offering a vision of a more just and peaceful world order. And therefore, they always aimed at the world peace, the cosmic peace, where people can live in peace, not in pieces. The next. And during the Cold War era, we could find the tension between the United States and the USSR. The Cold War was a period of intense US and Soviet cultural competition. That time only we could see the jazz music was introduced. It's an American music which involves Africans and Americans. It's a joint venture. And therefore it was the great adventure for the music lovers. So the US patronized jazz as a symbol of freedom and creativity. So the whole world was appreciating this particular music when the commotion was going on, the Cold War was going on. It was a relief for the people. And there were people who could feel soft. And at the same time, we also find education. Both the countries offered a scholarship to attract international students. Even now we have the medical science, which is very tough in India, but many students go to Russia. And they finish the studies within 4 years and they come back. Only thing the Indian government troubles them. You are not qualified. You have to write another examination to qualify yourself. And therefore, for academic ventures, so much monetary help was given. And that was to attract international students. And when we see the ideology, we find the difference between capitalism and communism. And they competed for a global influence that we can't just avoid. And the scientific achievements, at the same time, we also see the space race demonstrated technological prowess and ideological superiority. So if we see the competition, which was healthy at the same time, we can't just avoid it. It was also leading to hard power. On the one hand, we see the softness. On the other hand, we see the diplomacy, which was very hard. The next one. The tools of soft power. The various tools enhance the nation's soft power. The cultural tools, art exhibitions, the film festivals. Since I was in Calcutta, every month I used to get a ticket to go for the film festivals. Recently, we got the ticket to go for the movie Face of the Faceless, the story of the sister. At the moment we went into the theater, it was almost empty. Because people became faceless to watch the faithful. Okay? And therefore, beautiful things are sometimes neglected. Okay? So, art exhibitions, film festivals, and the language programs. And I think in the 6th and 7th, we have the Telugu department is going to hold an international conference here. That's a clear example that how we are open to the soft power and cultural diplomacy through language. And educational tools, scholarships, exchange programs, and academic partnerships, and sports tools, hosting major events, supporting athletes and promoting sportsmanship. The economic tools, providing development aid, fostering trade and investing in the infrastructure. And the digital tools, social media campaigns, online content, and the digital diplomacy. So all these things don't need an explanation. Next one. The cultural diplomacy, diaspora as a cultural ambassadors. So something very, very beautiful, and we have dealt with enormously the previous sessions. The cultural diplomacy leverages art, music, and literature to promote national identity abroad. We have Indian music. We have a tribal music. And many missionaries came, they promoted the tribal music. And there are missionaries who came with the Western music and imposed on them. You can have your own tribal language, but the music will be foreign. That looks like integration, but at the same time, it doesn't make any deep meaning to the people. Once we have the Easter celebration, that was the time of the resurrection of Jesus. Since I was working with the tribals, the Maltese Jesuit was there, and he saw the people who were noisy. They can't just keep quiet. They are very, very vibrant in making noise, like some of the students in the class. Therefore, sometimes what happens is the teacher has to make noise in order to suppress the noises of the students. And at the time of, at 12 o'clock in the night, his father was announcing, the Maltese priest was announcing, now you make any amount of noise because the God has, Jesus is risen. They brought all the instruments making noise, and all those noises they made. And it went on for some time, and afterwards the perfect silence was there. Otherwise, they will be going on making noise. And therefore, how even the small thing can be respected, and that becomes very, very soft. And so the festivals, the traveling art exhibitions, that so-called the nation's artistic heritage, music festivals featuring national orchestras and musicians. We have the Sailaja. He went to UK. I saw the photograph, he was the only fellow who was in Dhoti. All the other artists are from Europe. And he was giving the music. And he prepared 2 albums, Nothing But Wind, how to name it. Beautiful fusion music he prepared, and he was not knowing how to give the name, and he put it how to name it. The another album, it was filled with the flute recitals, only air, only the wind, and therefore he gave the name Nothing But the Wind. And an Indian from the southern portion of India can impress the foreigners with the Indian music. And when he went to France, he wanted to meet the Prime Minister over there. And he was late by 5 minutes, and therefore his appointment was cancelled, because Indians are known for the delay. And therefore, when I was doing my research on the tribals, the missionaries were having a lot of complaint about the time management of the tribals. And each and every person has their own time management. We know the train would come late. Unfortunately, the third day the train came at 3:40, exact time. day before yesterday. So what happened is the missionaries were there for the train. They were waiting. The train was at 7:30 a.m. and they came by 6 o'clock itself. They were waiting and waiting. And this tribal man who is supposed to travel with them, he comes at 7:40. The train comes at 8 o'clock. And these people were, you fellow, you don't have any time management or what? Hey father, you are all missionaries and I am from a family and I have my own concerns. And therefore I know the train comes late every day. And I know the timing. And therefore I came, I have no problem at all. I did not waste time at all. In fact, you have wasted time. So the conflict. So the understanding becomes very, very soft. And the policy also becomes very much cultural, when we respect each other. So the music festivals featuring national orchestras and music, and literature programs that translate and promote national authors. Indian festivals like Diwali is celebrated elsewhere. Everywhere, wherever we have the Tamil people or the Indians, the festival is celebrated, especially in the US and the UK. Okay? And promoting Indian culture and creating cultural diplomacy. Indian cuisine, Indian network of restaurants chains opened abroad. So therefore you have all the idli, dosa and all those things everywhere. Am I taking more time? And therefore, even in UK, our favorite food is chili chicken these days. And therefore, Indian food has a big market all over the world. Okay, the next one. And the UNESCO has set a few creative cities in the network. We have Jaipur for crafts and folk arts, Varanasi for music, and Chennai for music, Mumbai for film, Hyderabad for a gastronomy, food. So whatever food you want to have, you go to Hyderabad and happily come back. And Srinagar, crafts and folk arts, and Kozhikode, literature, Gwalior, music, and Lucknow, gastronomy. So we have the places which are meant for varieties fixed by the UNESCO. Okay, the next one. And educational diplomacy. This is one of the big areas. The scholarships that attracts international students to study in a nation's universities. Therefore, we have many students from foreign countries. In a year, more than 60,000 students are coming from abroad and studying in India. I have a particular about 25,000 African students studied in public and private institutions in India during the academic year 2024-25. You can imagine. And around 60,000 African migrants stay in India. And exchange programs that promote cross-cultural understanding among students and the faculty. That's why we have all the twinning programs. And each and every college has its own programs with what they call in collaboration with other universities of the Western countries. And academic partnerships that facilitate joint research and knowledge sharing. An example, the Indian Council for Cultural Relations, ICSSR, offers scholarships to students from developing nations, especially in Africa and SAARC, for study in India. South Asian University in New Delhi gives a lot of opportunities for the students, especially the foreign students. And the Global Institute of Academic Networks, GIAN, bringing foreign students, foreign faculty to India and sending Indian faculty to abroad. The exchange programs are there in the academics. The next one. And you can very well see the picture. It's a clear example of the integration, the cultural diplomacy and the soft power, which is very well expressed in this particular cartoon. And that is the sports diplomacy. And they given the name Thambi. Then we will understand, you know, the cosmopolitan the head, horse head. At the same time, when you come to the dress, the dhoti and the shirt, it's of a purely Indian, and especially of the southern portion of India. Okay? And therefore, the sports diplomacy involves hosting major sporting events, enhance national prestige, and they attract tourists. FIFA U17 Chess World Cup, and a symbolic gestures like ping pong diplomacy to improve relations. America coming to China to play table tennis, okay, and the participation in the Olympics to promote national unity, and cricket as a diplomatic tool. We have the strained relationship between Pakistan and India. At the same time, the Pakistan Prime Minister comes to watch the cricket match which was taking place in India. In order to have the cultural relationship. And therefore, in the government, we support Afghanistan's cricket department, and therefore even in Bangladesh, which was not a big team, is supported in the international arena. Though it's a Muslim country, it's also emerging. Okay? And therefore you can understand that the respect for each and every country has developed. Though the country is so small, it has got its own beauty and it is respected. Next one. And a digital diplomacy. We have the digital diplomacy employs social media and online campaigns. We project a positive national image, engage with foreign audiences, counter misinformation, and promote policy initiatives. And therefore, this digital diplomacy becomes very, very vital as far as the policy and culture are concerned. They become very powerful. Okay. Next. And India is a soft power. This doesn't need any explanation at all. Absolutely. We have yoga. Promotes health and well-being worldwide. And the present Prime Minister has introduced Yoga Day. When is the Yoga Day? 21st June. It was introduced in the year. And when this was introduced by our Indian Prime Minister Modi, anonymously 177 countries signed accepting the yoga festival. Okay? And Ayurveda is typically meant for the Indian medical science. And a democratic value focuses India's commitment to democracy and pluralism. Therefore, we have the unity and unity in diversity. We have many differences at the same time. We have the Indianness everywhere. And now that has been touched by the present the political disturbances. Okay. And Bollywood, the cinema plays an important role. The media plays an important role. And therefore, we have a liking for the many movies which come from abroad, especially the American movies, the James Bond movies. And at the same time, they also have a great liking for the art movies which are from India. Okay, the next one. And India in practice, so you can understand the yoga is being practiced. The yoga day, 21st June 2014. And we have ICSSR programs, cultural exchange initiatives that foster understanding among the people of various nations. And G20 initiatives focusing leadership in addressing the global challenges. Next. And China has its own soft power. Confucius. He did not confuse people. His ideology is still kept up. And therefore, we have Confucian institutes promoting Chinese language and the culture globally. And Belt and Road Initiative, infrastructure projects enhancing economic and diplomatic ties. And we have the cultural exports promoting Chinese arts, cuisine, and the traditions. Therefore, nowadays we find everything made in China. And the previous resource person was telling that China is getting losing its market. But at the same time, I say, after a few years, you may get a cook, Chinese cook. And she will be sold in the market, and you bring her home and they ask her to prepare all Chinese food and she will be preparing. And when you're fed up, you can take her back to the market. They will say, no resale value. Throw her out, use and throw. Next one. And we have Qatar's soft power. And it really, the World Cup was hosted by that country. And therefore that became what you call important in the global level. And Al Jazeera, that's a channel by the country. And investments in art and culture, building world-class museums and cultural institutions by Qatar. Okay. Next one. The European Union's soft power. The promotion of democracy, supporting democratic reforms in the neighboring countries. And human rights advocacy, championing human rights on the global stage. And we have Erasmus program, promoting student mobility and cross-cultural understanding. Next one. And it has got its own ethical challenge. The ethical challenges in soft power. Balancing the cultural diplomacy with the risk of propaganda. So when you are promoting your own culture, there's a risk at the same time. There are sometimes we face hard times. The domination comes in. And maintaining authenticity and avoiding cultural appropriation. And ensuring transparency and accountability in the soft power initiatives. Next one. And what are the effects of this soft power? Soft power effectiveness can be measured by the increase in tourism and international student enrollment in India and elsewhere. And improvements in a nation's global reputation and public opinion. And enhanced diplomatic relations and international cooperation. But at the same time, it looks so nice at the same time. In the present times, you cannot just get into America. But all the person has to get out. They know only the exit, not the way to get in. And therefore, a few students wanted to go to America from Calcutta. The first question they were asking, what for are you going? They are going for studies. You can't study in India? No, we want to do it there. You will be a liability there. Tell me about your economic condition. Now all those 6 students were rejected. And they all came to Chennai, and all the fellows got the visa, and they went away. This is what happens. Next one. The conclusion. Culture is the soul of diplomacy. Soft power complements the hard power in building trust. Therefore, it's sometimes you can't just avoid the hard power. When you are able to get into affinity, that affinity also becomes very, very hard. Because by force, we give we push our ideas to the others. And soft power complements hard power by building trust, fostering goodwill, and promoting shared values. It's a vital tool for achieving long-term foreign policy objectives and enhancing global cooperation. The next one. Thank you. Thank you very much, and thanks a lot.
Thank you, Father. Now we need to have 2 more sessions, 2 more presentations, very brief presentations. I now invite Dr. N. Sridevi to come onto the dais and take your place, and Miss A. Sri Lakshmi. She's from KLEF Vadeshwaram and Vidya Institute of Technology for Women in Vijayawada. Sridevi is doing her paper on diasporic identity crisis reality or myth. She's from the Department of Chemistry from Stella College. Okay, I also invite Dr. Sister, please come on the days. And I request Sarath Chandra to please come on the days as a reporter. We are just going to be finishing shortly. So girls, you have waited for a long time. So please hang in there. Thank you. Father, it was a very extensive, very interesting topic. Only thing is I was worried about was the lunch break that we were all waiting. But it was really, really nice. We enjoyed. It covered so many different aspects of cultural diplomacy. So thank you so much, sir. I think my chairperson also will be saying something. So now I hand over the mic to chairperson, Dr. Beulah.
Thank you, Father, for your speech. Soft power, cultural diplomacy. Father, he wanted to imbibe his theme with soft words by telling nice words and stories. So actually, it's a good lecture, sir. Now, thank you.
So I'm not going to get into the crux of the matter of diasporic. So all of you know that I'm a literature student. I did my doctorate in literature, and I'm also pursuing my D.Lit now, Doctor of Letters in Literature. And the topic when I look at diasporic literature, my topic for Doctor of Letters is again transnational literature, which is also a little bit aligning with the diasporic aspects. I have taken the latest novel right now to present is Margaret Atwood. So Margaret Atwood is a Canadian writer. For all the other branches like history and sociology and all, it will be something new. But I'll make it very, very short in just 3 minutes. So I have taken this particular aspect, this particular book this is a latest novel. It's not a novel, a memoir. She has written an autobiography at the age of almost 86. She's 86 years old and she tries to say that whatever I have written is visible from every perspective, even diaspora, transnational, environmentalism, all the themes. So to match up with this theme for this today's presentation is the diasporic aspects in her novel, The Handmaid's Tale. So Handmaid's Tale is a very popular novel of Margaret Atwood wherein she focuses on environmental crisis. She has depicted the character of Offred. So Offred is a lady. She's snatched actually by some fundamentalist. There is a lot of historical background to the novel. If I start explaining the historical background, it will take again 10-15 minutes. So because of the nuclear explosion in California, the complete environment was degraded, like environment was, it was unpolluted with all the chemical radioactive waste. And because of that, a lot of mothers got surrogated. I mean, the mothers were not able to bear children. So this particular novel, The Handmaid's Tale, what I have taken is about a girl named Offred who is snatched away from her son and from her husband and her son, and she is taken to the Red Center. So in the Red Center, there is a fundamentalist where she has to stay as a surrogate mother and she has to bear children for that particular allied person. So the story of here is the homeland again, displacement from her original background to the another environment. The entire story revolves where the Offred suffers like anything. This major protagonist in the novel suffers like anything, and she tries to wants to go back to her environment. So Margaret Atwood highlights the aspects of environmentalism, and those who are not able to bear children, those who are taken again as surrogate mothers, they would be sent again to the environment where they will be succumbed to death. So these kind of elements are highlighted by Atwood, though she is not directly a diasporic writer, but the facets of diaspora reflects in her novel. Who is Margaret Atwood? She is a Canadian writer. She has written nearly 40 novels. Her father was an entomologist, and staying with her father in the Quebec bush, she learned so much about environment. She is a scientist, and that's the reason why I have taken this novel and this particular identity, especially the diasporic identity. Now, if you explore many other characters, major characters, minor characters, there is also a trail of diasporic aspects. So I am making it very short because we are running in short of time, and there are 2 more presenters. My only theme is to present this particular novel. And then I am making it from a very broader viewpoint, from a transnational perspective in my DLIT studies. So thank you for giving me this opportunity, and thank you for allowing me to voice out my voice for this particular topic. Thanks to the Department of English and thanks to the chairperson. Thanks to all.
Thank you, Sister Candy. Now it's the turn of Vijayawada to present her paper.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think all of you were getting hungry. I am working as assistant professor in chemistry, Department of Chemistry, Stella College. Also, I came here as a part of MEP 2020. We must be multidisciplinary. That's why I have selected a topic from this diasporic identity crisis. Whether it is there or not, based on that topic, I have conducted some survey. Here also, I wish to ask you one question. If you have two relatives, one is staying in India, settled well with government job, and one is staying in USA, which will get more value? Tell me. If you vote for USA person, please raise your hand. Please. If you are having two relatives, one is staying in USA, one is staying in India, which will get more value in our society? For USA, please raise your hand. Please. All others are for India. Is it correct? Okay. Like this, I have conducted survey from different case studies. I came to know that in our India, there is no problem for diasporic identity of people staying in USA. We will respect them. We will give identification for them. Coming to diasporic identity about in USA, people staying in USA. Yesterday, our keynote speaker presentation, Vice Chancellor sir quoted one term that all the references are from 2017 onwards. Means diasporic identity crisis was observed from 2017 onwards. And SV University professor also presented one more presentation. They presented that first generation settled well in USA, second generation also well, medium, third generation, first problem started from third generation. Recently joined students are facing problem. So I came to conclusion that in USA, if people of our country settled before 2017, there is no problem for them about identification or settlement. There is no diasporic crisis, identity crisis for them. After 2017, if people go there and wish to settle there, they are facing some problem. It is my study. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Guru, for selecting a burning problem. Now it's the turn of Sri Lakshmi Garu to present that.
A very good afternoon to one and all. First of all, I'm very happy to be here as a part of this session because I'm the old student of this college. I studied here the intermediate degree as well as PG, and I worked here also as a lecturer. So I'm very happy to be a part of this session. Today, I have selected the topic of historical trauma and resilience, the impact of displacement and conflict and cultural survival on identity. For any person, identity is very important to survive in this world. So this study examines how historical trauma caused by colonization, war, or forced migrations and political violences shapes both the individual as well as the collective identity across generations. Such trauma is transmitted through cultural narratives, family memories, and social practices, deeply influencing the people, and they are able to shape their identity only through shared experiences of loss as well as the resistance. And despite these challenges, resilience plays a crucial role in identity of reconstruction. And communities preserve identity through cultural traditions, and through storytelling, rituals, and collective memory. Family bonds, community, solidarity, and spirituality provide strength and continuity. Identity reconstruction is dynamic. Displaced population often developed hybrid identities, while younger generations reclaim identity through education, activism, and creative expression. Memory and storytelling transform suffering into meaning and ensure the cultural survival. I would like to conclude by saying that while historical trauma and displacement fracture identity, resilience enables communities to rebuild through cultural preservation and adaptation. Understanding this interplay is essential for healing, cultural continuity, and social justice. Thank you, one and all.
If you want to pose any question, we can ask question. Let us wait for Madam Garu. Beulah Madam Garu.
Reverend Dr. Arokia Sami sir from Loyola College, Chennai. He spoke about soft power and cultural diplomacy, and he explained at length about the historical roots of soft power, education, sports, and digital diplomacy. Sir, we are truly enlightened by your valuable insights. Next, Dr. Sister Candy D. Kanha from Andhra Loyola Institute of Engineering and Technology. She spoke about her daily topic, Margaret Atwood's famous novel, The Handmaid's Tale, and we would like to wish her all the best for her DLIT. Next, Sridevi ma'am from Chemistry Department. She spoke about diasporic identity and USA, and she also stressed the need for NRIs to maintain a civic sense as they are India's cultural ambassadors, especially when they are abroad. And Sri Lakshmi ma'am from Yale University, she spoke about historical trauma and resilience, the impact of displacement, conflict, and survival on identity. She touched upon many concepts such as storytelling, rituals, family bonds, etc., and also about the need to conserve our culture and to adapt to the society. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for successfully completing the technical session this afternoon. Morning and afternoon, I would say. Thank you so much for all the presenters who are on the dais, and thank you, Sharath, for very briefly reporting what has been presented today. Now it is our pleasure to honor our resource person and also the chairperson. Sir, please. Father.
Both are from the same college. That's Kumari.
Students, now we break for lunch. Okay, you can go for lunch. And I want all of you to be here by 2:30 so that we start the last technical session and then we have the valedictory. Please don't go run off here and there. Please. Thank you.
Dr. D. Rajalakshmi Madam, Department of History, Government Degree College, Avanigeda, to come onto the dais and chair the session. May we welcome Madam with a round of applause. Thank you, Madam. So the technical session 6 is about to start. I'm handing over the mic to Madam to invite the presentators.
National Conference, and I invite the paper presenters come on to the dais. Dr. D. Ramdan, Associate Professor of History, please come on to the dais, sir. Ms. K. Sweta, Department of Commerce, please come on to the dais. This is B. Santhisri, Department of English, please come on to the dais. Then Captain N. Sailaja, Department of History and Tourism and Travel Management, Maristan College, please come on to the dais. Dr. S. Krupa Sheela, Associate Professor, Department of English, Maristan College, please come on to the dais, ma'am. Next presenter, B. Madhav Gupta, Associate Professor, Department of History, Tourism and Travel Management. Please come on to the dais, sir. next presenter, Dr. S. Manjula Srivani, Marriage Stella College, Vijayawada. Please come on to the dais. Now I invite Dr. G. Ramdan, Associate Professor of History, Telangana Saraswata Parishad Oriental College, and Sir is presenting a paper on history as a living memory, shaping diasporic identity and resilience in Indian diaspora. Please come on.
Customs, shift of identities, so on. So, to put it in single words, about their lives, right? And I'm given 10 minutes time, I guess, right? 5 minutes? Fine. So, I don't know how far I can make any sense in 5 minutes, but still I will try. My paper is a very lengthy one. Usually, there is a media study which says audience attention span is about 18 minutes. And this is the age of TikTok videos and reels. And attention span must have come down to 2 or 3 minutes. And madam is so magnanimous to give me 5 minutes. I'm happy. So, see, this as a student of history, I just presented this from a historical point of view. And I always strongly believe that any diaspora study, for that matter, any study, and the present context is diaspora studies. Diaspora studies has to be viewed from historical point of view first, because it has been studied by literature students, anthropology, sociology students. I'm not belittling their efforts, but when we develop a historical perspective, then only we understand. We will have a comprehensive understanding of what diaspora studies is, right? So history serves as both backbone and also a continuous generative force, and make sense of the what we call migrated people of their past, and navigate the present and reimagine their futures. I'll just give one or two examples since my time is very limited. This diaspora study started from 1830s. In 1833, there was abolition of slavery, and the colonial state, there was a huge shortage of labor in the world market. So they had to take people from India, Pakistan, and other colonial countries. And when you talk about Indian diaspora, from 1834 to 1920, the colonial state, the British have forcibly migrated about 1.2 million Indians from India to the various parts of the British Empire, the parts of British Empire, like Trinidad, Tobago, West Indies, Fiji, Malaya, Sri Lanka, and so on. So, what were the stories of these 1.2 million people who have migrated from India to other parts of the world? The trauma started with the very migration itself. People pursued crossing the Kalapani, but that is black waters. They considered crossing ocean as crossing the Kalapani, and it was considered as a bad omen. It was not pursued as a great achievement. So that their trauma started with their very journey itself. And once they shifted to other countries, their identity again changed. From being identified as different names, yes, they were given a new identity as coolie. And one positive aspect is that all of them have got the identity of, in the administrative parlance, they have got the identity of Indianness. So, coming from different regions, different caste backgrounds, they could achieve one union or unanimous identity of being called as Indian, right? And the colonial archives, when we see the archival records or any other sources, the colonial state meticulously identified them with numbers. Like they gave the numbers, number 1, 2, 3, or 3, 4, 5, male or female, age 22 or 25, like that, and deported to Trinidad, deported to Malaya, deported to Sri Lanka. That's their identity. In the records, that's their identity. And when we tab the oral sources, right? When we tab the oral sources, we get a different identity. We get the names of those transported people and the cultural aspect, the emotional aspect. Like each one used to carry a small piece of or a handful of soil, and they used to tie it in a cloth, and they used to tie it around their neck, and they used to wear it forever for the rest of their life. So this simple episode speaks voluminous stories of their trauma, their resilience, and how they adapted themselves into a new country or new workplace, right? And in this whole episode, there are 3 important aspects. I just conclude. I think my time is near. So the whole narrative, when we tab the oral histories, oral sources, we get 3 important. We come across 3 important aspects of their narratives. How they endured all this pain, trauma, and how they took themselves into a new identity. And there are 3 important aspects. One is a compulsive repetition of cautionary tales. See, the family played a very important role in passing on this memory through the generations. So family used to tell the cautionary stories like never trust the authorities and always have a backpack, because you never know when you will be thrown out of the country. And about the cautionary tales about the journey, about the lost identity, about the lost land, right? And they will have a symbolic and somatized storytelling. For example, when we see the Indian diaspora art and literature, we repeatedly see depiction of motif of a suitcase or a trunk box. In Telugu we call trunk bed antam kada. So they used to depict that in art and literature repeatedly. Why? Because it symbolizes a perpetual state of packed readiness of displaced lives, right? And another important aspect is the practices of diet, the dietary practices rooted in scarcity.
Because, for example, even presently also when somebody goes to America or other countries, they used to pack pickles, avocado packages, and there are so many businesses which are making money by packing those pickles. Because I'm not trying to reduce the importance of pickle, but during those times when the dietary habits reflected, they're not being offered, they could not afford some costly meal or what should I say? And they preferred the dietary practices reflected the reduction of choice and as well as what should I say? I'm not getting the right word. Fine. Scarcity, yes. The scarcity of the goods available or the commodities available to the indentured labor. The indentured labor simply means the contract laborers. They were taken with the agreement, which is called girmit. In Indian language, it's called girmit. And another most important aspect of this entire narrative is the silence. The silence is the most powerful carrier of what is not said, and it is not just about forgetting. It is about it is a speechless, prolonged remembrance which is passed on through the generations. The historian's major task is to tap and dig into those untold stories of silence. Right? That is where we can really explore the real trauma and resilience of the diaspora communities. Yeah, with these few words, I just try to conclude that this integrated historical consciousness empowers the Indian diaspora to bridge the borders and reimagine futures and contribute to a more just and interconnected world. The call to reimagine futures is therefore a call to engage deeply with history, not as an anchor of the past, but as a compass for navigating tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your clear presentation and well-structured manner. And I'm very fortunate enough to be here in front of my seniors. I have 3 members of Central University's students over here. Among them, I am a junior, even though I shared academic platform with my seniors. Thank you very much to the Stella College management to giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much. And a gentle reminder to the paper presenters, please strictly conform to the given time limit. And the next presenter was Ms. K. Sweta, Department of Research Scholar, Andhra University, Vijayawada-08. Her paper was a conceptual study on the role of Phoenix in digital diaspora, entrepreneurship, and financial inclusion. I invite K. Sweta to present.
Thank you, ma'am. A very good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible? Yeah, it's a good start. Once again, a very good afternoon on the dignitaries on the stage and off the stage, and my participants and my dear students. A very good afternoon. So, I am Shweta from the Department of Commerce. I belong to the Stella College, and I'm also a research scholar, part-time research scholar from Andhra University in the Department of Commerce and Management Studies. So today I'm going to present a paper on a conceptual study on the role of fintech in digital diaspora, entrepreneurship, and financial inclusion. As you see the screen, my PPT is visible there. So it is actually a conceptual study that says the role of fintech. My PhD topic is also on fintech. So as I started my research, I came to know what is the exact role of fintech in different aspects and different areas. So I started researching on this ICSSR conference and came to know that what is the role of fintech on digital diaspora entrepreneurship. So I came to know that, next slide please. There are three key concepts in my paper, which are nothing but financial technology. Fintech is nothing but financial technology, digital diaspora, entrepreneurship, and financial inclusion. So, to know the meaning of fintech, it is a financial technology which refers to the use of digital technology to deliver financial services faster and in a simpler way. Whereas digital diaspora entrepreneurship involves migrants who operates cross-border business using digital platforms. As you all know that businesses are there, but there is no certain platform to showcase their talents. I mean, their startups, whatever it is. There is no separate platform, which also results that financial inclusion that focuses on ensuring access to financial services for everyone, particularly small entrepreneurs. That is the key concepts which I used in my paper. These are the three concepts, and the next slide is about relevance of this type. As I already told you that before I start this paper, so how can I relate this fintech to the digital diaspora? How can I relate? I question myself. So I came to know that the relevance, the businesses are becoming global and digital. As you can see the screen, diaspora entrepreneurs operates across countries, and traditional banking is slow and expensive. As we all know that the traditional banking is very slow and expensive with the rapid increase in technology. And the fintech connects finance beyond the borders. Then what it results is this study, I came to know that this study is relevant because the entrepreneurship today is no longer limited to one country. A person in USA also operates entrepreneurship through digital payments. Like in India also we can see all the transactions can be transacted between two countries. Why? How? It is because of fintech. So you can see the fintech supports the digital diaspora, and it also supports inclusive growth in the form of financial inclusion. Next slide. So the background of this study is So the background of the study is globalization increased cross-border entrepreneurship. Diaspora entrepreneurs face banking and payment challenges. There are entrepreneurs, but am I audible? Yeah, there are entrepreneurs, but they face some challenges and difficulties in the payment systems. Also, as you all know, the traditional banks are costly and slow. In that way, fintech offers digital, fast and borderless solutions. What is the results? What are the results? So the results are which we can see the easiness of sending business money from China to India, India to America, and everywhere. Online stores run from US selling to Indian customers. So this is the background of study, which I can make some points from my present study. This is the foundation of my study actually. Next slide. So these are the objectives I framed to my study. First objective is to know the meaning of fintech and how it supports to digital diaspora entrepreneurship and fintech role. What is the fintech role? And final one is what is the impact of using fintech for the financial inclusion? And also, okay, I got my point and I researched some papers. I got some papers. So I came to know that there is a research gap. Every paper shows the role of fintech in everything, but it covers only domestic entrepreneurs, not international. So limited focus on digital diaspora. There are papers on diaspora entrepreneurship, but not digital diaspora. And no integrated conceptual framework has been implemented so far. I referred some papers, so I came to know this is my research gap. Next. So this research gap gives the solution for my paper. Next slide. Yeah, this is the heart of my paper actually. Role of fintech for the digital diaspora and financial inclusion. So these are the challenges. As you can see on the screen, these are the challenges. High transaction costs, bank dependency, physical presence needed. These are the challenges.
every entrepreneur has facing, and fintech gives the solution. Those are the outcomes. By using fintech, we can see low cost payments, digital finance access, and efficient business operations. And the last one is actually fintech converts challenges into opportunities. These are some challenges. The solution is fintech. Using fintech as a solution, it gives the outcomes of our challenges worldwide, like India wide, worldwide, it's giving outcomes. Next. So in my paper, I proposed a conceptual framework that using three important concepts like fintech, digital diaspora entrepreneurship, and financial inclusion. This is the framework I proposed in my paper. So these are the fintech tools, what we are using in daily life, like digital payments, mobile banking, and remittance. These are the digital tools which enables digital diaspora entrepreneurship, which is nothing but cross-border businesses and global market access, which leads to the final conclusion that it is a financial inclusion which access to finance, MSME growth, and inclusive development. This is the conceptual framework that I present paper and in this conference. Next. So while presenting, while writing this paper, some of my key insights are fintech bridges the geographical gaps, empowers this diaspora entrepreneurs, and promotes inclusive digital finance. So in conclusion, finally, I would like to tell that these three concepts are very important when we talk about diaspora entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship is nothing but a startup, but startup lage undakodu kada. It should be like promoted all the way from Vijayawada to Chennai to some international countries. So what is the source? Fintech is the source. By using fintech, what is the tool we are going to, what is the results we can see is financial inclusion. Every one of us are using digital payments, so it is nothing but financial inclusion. So that is about my paper. Thank you very much for this opportunity, and I especially thank all the organizers for giving me this wonderful opportunity to present my paper. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Your nice presentation on fintech concepts. The next presenter, SSB Santhisri, Department of English, Stella College, Vijayawada. Her paper was on displacement, diaspora, and fractional belongings in Kiran Desai's The Inheritance of Loss and Halavalo in the Goa Orchids.
A very good afternoon to one and all. Hope you're not resting because it's post-lunch session and the presentations may be a little boring, but I try my level best to wake you up from the sleep. Okay, thank you. I'm Santhisri from the Department of English, Stella College, Vijayawada. And it's my privilege to present my paper entitled Displacement, Diaspora, and Fractured Belonging in Kiran Desai's novels, The Inheritance of Loss and Halabala in the Goa Orchard. So diaspora, all those 2 days, I think the years are ringing with that word. So hopefully you understood what is diaspora, right? So diasporic writing occupies a central position in contemporary Indian English literature, reflecting the realities of migration, globalization, and post-colonial dislocation. So while the term diaspora traditionally refers to the physical migration across borders, modern literary discourse extends it to include emotional, psychological, and cultural displacement. I think people have talked about the displacement from one place to the other place. But in my paper, I would like to take that it's not only the place location, but it is psychological location also, right? So that is like, I'll give you an example. Like the students who have been studying in the native places in the school and accustomed to that particular village or town and are suddenly made to move to a college where they need to stay in the hostel. So it is a psychological dislocation of them from the home to the college. Some students, I think so, even in our college, they are living in Vijayawada, staying in the hostel. The parents' impression is that they make use of the time in studies more than being at home. So this is a psychological dislocation, diaspora. That is, they miss all their homely atmosphere and come to a place where they are not actually used to. So in my paper, it's how the displacement and fractured belonging are represented in the inheritance of loss and the hula in the Goa orchard. So through the novels, though the novels differ in tone, one being deeply realist and the other satirical. Both foreground the instability of identity in a globalized and post-colonial world. So the inheritance of loss presents displacement in the context of international migration, where most of our students, after their studies, are moving to the abroad for maybe different various reasons. One may be a marriage, the other may be the higher education, the other thing is to settle them for their future life. And then through characters, like in one of the characters in this, the main protagonist in the novel, The Inheritance of Loss, has gone to abroad where he was not able to sustain himself. And so Biju's life of exploitation, invisibility, and fear reveals the hard underside of globalization. I think our college students also, who come from the other states, they have this experience in the college as well as when they go out. So they will be cheated by the people, the vendors, or the auto walas, or the rickshaw walas, where they undergo so much of trauma. So equally significant is Jamubai Patel, whose displacement is psychological rather than geographical. His colonial education in England instills in him a deep sense of self-alienation and cultural inferiority. Having learned to despise his own kind, he becomes emotionally isolated as present. So through these characters, Desai presents diaspora not as fulfillment, but as inheritance of loss. So I can give another example, like I think many of you might have heard or not, the Koleru Lake. The Koleru Lake was once a very, very good village where only two sets of people used to live there. One is fisherman, the other one is the businessman. And these two people, tribal people, they are adjusted with each other. But because of the, industrialization, or maybe the post-colonialism, or maybe the modernization, we can see that place is dislocated. The people who are living there are supposed to dislocate themselves to the cities, because many of the aquatic, aquaculture has grown, and now today, if you see Koleru Lake, is neither useful for aquatic culture or neither for living. So the people who have enjoyed their life living next to the lake, watching the various birds, even today we see the migratory birds coming over there during the summer and they go away. This is a beautiful scene which everybody needs to see. But today the things have changed because of the industrialization and modernization. So this, in contrast, like Halabala, if I speak, in the Goa orchard explores internal displacement within the homeland. Through the character of Sampath Chawla, Desai portrays alienation arising not from migration but from social conformity and modern pressures. Like some students who get educated in Telugu medium and come here to join in English medium may not have the acquaintance with the people talking to the others. Like some the English medium students, they will be dominating the Telugu medium where they feel inferior. So this is a psychological displacement. So we can talk even not only dislocation or diasporic like movement from one place to other, but even the mindset we can speak. So that's the reason why I had selected these two novels where I can give examples relevant to the present conditions. So to conclude, Kiran Desai's The Inheritance of Loss and Halabala in the Goa Orchard redefine diaspora beyond physical migration. But juxtaposing global movement with internal exile, Desai demonstrates that displacement is psychological, cultural, and emotional. Her fiction challenges idealized notions of belonging, a presence, and presence identity as continually negotiated in an era of global transformation. So through realism, satire, and psychological depth, Desai offers a nuanced critique of modern displacement, making her work a significant contribution to diasporic and post-colonial literary discourse. I thank all the participants as well as the audience who have been patiently listening in this post-lunch session. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Your presentation with illustrations. Next presenter was Dr. S. Krupa Sheela, Associate Professor, Department of English, Stella College, Vijayawada. The paper title was Translingual and Multilingual Expression, the Role of Language Blending in Shaping Hybrid Selves.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm Dr. Krupa Sheela, Associate Professor, Department of English. My topic, just now ma'am read out. Once again, I'm reading translingual and multilingual expression, the role of language blending in shaping hybrid selves. Before going to the topic, why I had chosen this topic, I wanted to say. This is from our personal experience. Because of my husband's job and transfers all through the India, my daughter had taken automatically the first language English and the second language Hindi. So she completed her studies, and because of NEET exam and all, now MBBS she studied in Telugu states in Andhra, Siddhartha Medical College, and later she completed her MS Orthopedic Surgery there in Gandhi Medical College, Hyderabad. And on local basis, she had got a government job in Vizag. And later, 2 years now she completed, her probation has been completed. Now she has to take a test, Telugu test. That is the government rule. And my daughter speaks Telugu, but she cannot write. That is the biggest problem now. So here, my thoughts navigated towards this topic in these circumstances. Translingual and multilingual expression, the role of language blending in shaping hybrid selves. This paper discusses how translingual and multilingual expression can form hybrid identities, specifically how language blending can facilitate people to negotiate belonging, selfhood, and social positioning in a multilingual environment. Based on the theories of translanguaging, languaging, and researching in multilingualists, the paper examines how people enact their entire repertoires of linguistic resources in creating fluid, hybridized selves in the context of everyday life encounters. This paper will find that the issue of translingual expression, a way of generating meaning to make sense of identity formation in multilingual societies today,
and will demand more reflexive and ethically sound ways in which research of the multilingual self should be conducted. Here, this paper suggests that the notion of translingual two settings, it is telling, notion of translingual and multilingual expression must be perceived as a potent identity making practice. And the twofold objectives are, to begin with, it investigates the language blending, the tool of creating a hybrid identity. That is the first pole. And the second thing is, it also explores the consequences. If in a multilingual setting, trans language is there, then what kind of consequences are there? These two. And very brief, I just finished this one. And this mixing of languages not only tolerates in such spaces, but also seen as a legitimate expression of language. This space allows people to explore identity, bargain power into existence, and create hybrid identities that conform the realities that they inhabit. Translingual and multilingual expression takes place in an extensive social context. The most prominent arena of negotiation of the hybrid cells is educational settings itself. Especially central government employs children when they go on transfers, all KB schools, CBSE schools they go, this kind of school environment where we can see. And in multilingual classrooms, students tend to mix languages to assist in learning, peering relationships, and as a way of identity expression. Although institutional policies can encourage language schedule, means in Hindi in some schools or English in some schools, the practice of the students in their daily lives shows that they prefer the use of fluid languages. Fluid languages, the languages which they feel comfortable with the discussion with the peer ones, peer students. So caves, workplaces, and informal social groups like community groups are also fertile areas where language mixing takes place. Here, people tend to exchange their multilingual collocations and are creative with language to establish a sense of solidarity and bargain belonging. There is a blending of language as a means of dealing with interpersonal relationships, humor, and deal with cultural differences. The digital spaces also increase translingual expression, especially the social media sites enable users to blend languages, scripts, emojis, and graphics in a manner that indicates hybrid identities. The blending of language is normalized by online communication, whereby users are able to do identities that may be restricted in offline institutions. So, in all the mentioned environments, language fusion has served as a tool to construct hybrid cells. Instead of suggesting linguistic confusion, it is more strategic and meaningful decisions and in accordance with the social objectives of the speakers. And now we go to the second fold, that the consequences. Generally, when hybrid multilingual trans language is there, the challenges also and some limitations also are there here. In that, the first one, 62% of multilingual interviewees stated that their identity became simplified, where dominant language is there. Other people have come and they fuse their language. They are stating that the dominant language of their own is simplified over there. And the second thing is, they leave the participants vulnerable to being represented as either linguistically inadequate, where to give pass, where to give full stops and all. Generally, we see some stage programs, even in TVs also. To their Telugu states, non-Telugu people, non-Telugu anchors come. Our dominated Telugu language will have a kind of fusion. We see that one. So that is the second limitation. Second consequences. And the third one is 48% of them had difficulties with making decisions regarding the inclusion of multilingual excerpts in their original form by citing concerns about readability and bias in the interpretation.
And the last one I'm saying, that is the third point. 60% of translingual online expressions no longer have cultural significance upon translation into a literary form. So I'm concluding my paper here by saying this paper has analyzed the contribution of translingual and multilingual expression towards creation of hybrid cells. It has been able to rely on the ideas of languaging, translanguaging, and multilingual research to demonstrate that the mixing of languages is a rich agentic phenomenon and in which people negotiate, identify, belonging, and social relationships happen. The adoption of the translingual views is critical towards the interpretation of identity in a word. So, furthermore, research has to be done in this particular area. Here I am ending it. Thank you so much for the time given. Thank you very much.
Now for your next presentation. Now, next presenter was, I invite DCPD Madhav Gupta, Associate Professor, Department of History, Tourism and Travel Management, Stella College, Vijayawada. The title of the paper was Indian Diaspora in Fiji, a focus on the Telugu community.
Good afternoon to all the delegates as well as the two students. First of all, I want to say why I have selected this topic. So, around some years back, and one of my uncle, his name is Ramani, he went to USA to attend his daughter's delivery. So there he met a doctor called Radhika Reddy. Okay, then he was very happy because even in USA, I able to communicate with the Telugu doctor. Then he started communicating with the Dr. Radhika Reddy. But she said that I don't know much about Telugu. I am from Fiji. She said that I am from Fiji. I don't know about Andhra Pradesh. I don't know much about Telugu. Then he said that, okay, in Fiji, lot of Indian diaspora existed. That too, particularly Telugu diaspora existed in Fiji. So that is the reason why I have selected this topic. Okay. So, and the next thing is why Indian diaspora, particularly indentured laborers, migrated to different parts of the world. From the past 2 days, so different delegates have presented that many Indian laborers went to different countries across the world. So, but what is the primary reason behind it? The primary reason behind it is in most of the countries in 1800 and in 1900, still most of the countries, the culture existed as primitive culture. Still most of the countries is in the phase of hunting and gathering phase. For example, Fiji in 1870, it is suffering from a thing called as cannibalism. Do you know what is the meaning of cannibalism? Yes, still man-eating community existed in Fiji up to 1930. Fiji was in that state of affairs. That means it is a very primitive land. So that is the reason why as Indian agriculture community, it is known for its hard work and it has lot of agriculture knowledge. Britishers compelled Indian agriculture workers to move to different countries across the world. We all know that India was known as the jewel of the British crown. So British Empire was known as the empire where sun never sets. That means Britishers have the colonies across different parts of the world. So that is the reason why they forced the Indians to move to different countries across the world. And one of the countries, Fiji. Fiji was located in the Pacific Ocean near to New Zealand and Australia. So it used to take around 72 days for the Indians to travel to Fiji. Many challenges were faced by the Indians who moved to Fiji. For example, so they need to face the diseases like cholera. So they face problems like cannibalism. Okay. And there was a condition that only 40 women should move along with 100 men. That means only certain women are there for 100 men. So women were exploited by the planters, British planters as well as the Indian laborers. Like a lot of problems were faced by the Indian indentured laborers in the 72 days. Around 1/4 of the people who used to travel in the ships, they have died because of the hunger, all these things. Understand? So even after facing all these problems, Indians in Fiji, they have reached to their peak, particularly in and around 1990. Indian origin people or Indian diaspora reached more than 50% of the Fiji population. Now the population declined a little bit. Now exactly around 35 to 40% of the Fiji population is our Indian diaspora. There are different reasons for the decline of the population. So that too, my topic particularly focus on the Telugu community. So over 60,000 people migrated from India to Fiji in and around from 1870 to 1920. So in the 50 years, around 60,000 people migrated from India to Fiji. In the 60,000 people, 15,000 people migrated to Fiji from the South India. So in those 15,000, primarily from the Telugu districts of Anantapuram, Kurnool, Visakhapatnam, Srikakulam, Prakasam. From these districts, many Telugu people migrated to Fiji. Okay, now at present, Telugu people dominated in different spheres of the Fiji. For example, some of the important leaders, like one of the leader name is Jairam Reddy. He worked as the leader of the opposition in the Fiji Parliament. Another person is Dr. Mahendra Reddy. From 2017 to 22, he worked as the Agriculture Minister in Fiji. Another person is Richard Naidu. He worked as the spokesperson and affairs for the Fiji Prime Minister. And Nityananda Reddy was currently working as a member of Parliament in Fiji. Like that, many Telugu diaspora existed in Fiji and they reached elite position in Fiji. But many challenges are facing by the present Telugu diaspora in Fiji. One of the most important challenge facing by the Telugu people is land rights were limited, particularly for the Indians and Telugu people. 90% of the land was in the hands of I2K. I2K means the original aboriginals of the Fiji community. And second thing is lack of political rights, domination of local Fiji people in the politics. At present, no active Telugu speakers existed in Fiji, even though I said that many Telugu diaspora existed in Fiji. Now they are not at all speaking a Telugu language. The primary reason is, as I said, that it used to take around 72 days to travel from India to Fiji. So that is the reason why many South Indians, they started to learn Hindi language during the 72 days of journey. So slowly Telugu was neutralized by the Fiji Hindi language. So now at present there is no active Telugu speakers. And now recently what happened is, I said about an example of Radhika Reddy. She has moved away from Fiji to the USA. Why? Because it is known as outward migration. Outward migration happened of the limited political rights and as well as the limited land rights. So even though many challenges were facing by the Indian community and Telugu community, our Indian diaspora contributed a lot for the development of the Fiji, and even our diaspora is developing from the Fiji resources. So thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Dr. S. Manjula Srivedi, Department of Geology, Marriage Stella, Vijayawada, on the title Reimagining Women-Led Innovation and Identity in the Global Diaspora.
Good afternoon, everyone. On the dais and off the dais, and all the students. I am Dr. Manjula Srivedi, Department of Technology, Marriage Stella College. The name of the women-led innovation and identity they go along with the circumstances and
But in new approach, women are as strong, active, and positive change economic growth. So experts recognize the migrant women as powerful agents and decision makers. Then, in modern view, they use the global technology of two countries. The women live in a third space. They mix the old and the new culture to create the new knowledge. So, if you observe the modern view, the women who are living abroad, they are having the knowledge of homeland. And
మీరు ఇక్కడ మాట్లాడకూడదు ఎవరు
so this
Silently,
the
live
mixing of
వెళ్తుంది.
this old and new cultures create the women new ideas, and these migrant women have shifted from helpless victims to the powerful leaders and also decision makers. Next. So in India's diaspora is the huge community of the people with Indian roots who live other countries. The Indian government classifies these people into three categories. Number one, NRIs, Northwest India, and persons Indian origin and overseas citizens of India. So Indian NRIs are Indian citizens who live abroad, and persons who Indian origin or the foreigner citizens with Indian ancestry and overseas citizens of India. The status is granted to PIOs. They have to lifelong and multi-purpose visa to live and work in India. So now the PIOs are also merged in OIC's status. Next. So Indian diaspora has three platforms. Number one, economic bridge. So this diaspora is working like a large global ATM and a business network. And second one is global footprint. Millions of Indians are going to other countries like Saudi Arabia and also UAE. They retain Indian passports and also send money to home. So India is getting so much economic background by people who are living in the abroad. And policy-led integration. So in January 9th, every 2 years, Government of India is celebrating Pravasi Bharatiya Divas. They give awards in order to the successful Indian abroad. And also Madhav. It is the 24/7 portal and a virtual help desk and help the Indian people who are living abroad instantly if they are facing any grievances. So and the third one is No India program. KIP is a 3-week route tour. It also reconnects the youth and ensure that the new generations remain connected with their roots. So they, even though they are living in abroad, the children are living sometimes in different places. But in order to remain their youth, the roots in the abroad countries, these new generations also connected with their roots with this app. Next one. So women in Indian diaspora. So women are placing a prominent role in Indian diaspora. Women moving out India abroad are classified as the Indian diaspora. They are having, the government is focusing on the problems in order to focus the issues of the related issues related to the women, help to examine the lives of the Indian women living abroad, the conditions for women migration and their experiences during their migration, and they highlight their active role in shaping their identities and the challenges between the home environment and the new environment. It explains how women facing complex issues like gaining independence, cultural roots, and also social adjustment. So India is providing so many platforms in order to overcome these the women abroad. Next. So we have to study in the global concept about Indian women-led empowering the women. Number one, digital platform for empowering the women, identity of modern nomad, integration through innovation, barriers of empowerment in the diaspora, policy frameworks, future outlook, and global cooperation. Next. So in digital platforms for empowering the women, we are having so many apps like WhatsApp, Instagram, and Facebook. And we are also having digital marketings like Mahila, He-Hat, Gruhalakshmi, Meesho, and they allow women in order to start the business from the zero investment.
And also we are having Yashoda Artificial Intelligence Abhyudaya, EY Step app, and also Hub Cycle. These apps provide finance, health, and professional growth for women. And also we are having a digital empowerment apps which will give women to control over their lives. Digital public infrastructure (DPI). It acts as a digital road upon which country builds its services. Digital platforms not only help the women in order to develop entrepreneurship, but also help them to access their education, skills, confidence, and use the technology to improve their social and economic status. So we are also having next one. We are also having identity of modern normal. We are having apps like social e-commerce platform, like Usha, e-marketplaces, human platform, entrepreneurship platform. Then this report freelancing and microfinance platform in order to low very small amount of money they can get loan, and also they can do the business, and also have digital wallets and also blockchain. These are all apps in order to use the development. We are also having values of government in the people they have to platform and development and government is having in group. These women are facing so many problems and professionalities they are not recognized by the host countries. They migrate on dependence of visas. They lack protection. The women facing barriers like gender and also lack of social networks, lack of family support, lack of literacy, and caste and community-based differentiations, and fear of gender-based violence, fear of immigration. All of these must be removed from the by the government in order to recognize the foreign qualifications, providing independence, legal status, and creating supportive networks. Next, sir. So policy framework, there are so many policies which Bharat to the 2047 vision. They are having Garib, Yuva, Anand, Annadata, and Nari. Nari is the main one, which will be helpful for women empowerment and to achieve the healthcare, education, and every financial support to the women. Next. Global cooperation. So cooperative system must be developed. The mutual recognition agreement must help in order to develop the women for their success. Gender friction must be removed. Women-led development must be followed. Digital platforms must be encouraged. Modern women must move, work, and give with freedom and use tools in order to focus their creative skills. So technology helps women to move for the development for women and to develop by the women. Next. So in my paper, in order to conclude, according to the above discussion, historically women are seen as spouses and dependents. But a traditional view, women are at home to preserve their culture and while men went out to work. But in the modern view, migrant women are very active decision makers. But the diaspora women as a powerful group, they must act as a bridge between the nations. And also in the digital empowerment, it also acts as to give power to the women from freedom, skills, and tools they need to succeed on their own goals and values. So the digital pathways also allow women to work in global companies. So empowered diasporic women are the important for reimagining a balanced global future. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am, for your informative presentation. Till now, we had excellent presentations and informative and enlightened presentations. Now it is time to conclude. Now I invite Sridevi ma'am to give her rapporteur report.
Good evening, everyone. Dr. G. Ramdan sir,
and Sridevi Madam jointly submitted a paper, and Dr. G. Ramdan sir, Associate Professor of History, explained what is diaspora, discussed about historical view of Nagasri. Oh, sorry. Sir and Nagasri Madam jointly submitted a paper. Ramdan sir presented paper. He discussed about what is diaspora and discussed about historical view of diaspora, when it is started, safety measurements they have taken in those days, dietary practices followed by diaspora communities. Next paper presented by Ms. K. Sweta, Assistant Professor in Maristella College in Commerce Department. She clearly explained about financial technology used in digital services, benefits of it, what are the fintech tools, how they are useful for entrepreneurship with financial inclusion. Next, Mrs. Santhisri Madam expressed a new version of diaspora. It is not only displacement of geography or place, it is also displacement of psychological dislocation. They explained with two novels as examples and also with local example as Kolleru example. And next, Dr. S. Krupa Sheela Madam presented translingual and multilingual expressions, the role of language blending for hybrid identity to deal with cultural differences. And they also explained various challenges involved in multilingual practices. Next, Madhav Gupta sir concentrated on Telugu diaspora, mostly in Fiji. Challenges faced by Telugu diaspora and Indian diaspora in Fiji, like lack of political rights, land issues, etc. Next, Dr. Manjula Srivani Madam explained women identity in the global diaspora in traditional view. They presented various platforms available for Indian diaspora and also about women in Indian diaspora, various apps available for the empowerment of Indian diaspora.
Thank you. Thank you. May I request Beulah ma'am to come onto the dais to felicitate Sri Lakshmi ma'am. Good evening, everybody. So with that, we have come to the conclusion actually of the technical sessions of this two-day national conference sponsored by the ICSSR. And we are very happy we are thankful to Anjani Simha for chairing this session. And I congratulate all the presenters for this session. Sorry we could not give you more time, but I'm sure some sort of benefit definitely was done to us by your valuable contributions to your paper presentations. And now it is our duty, and it's our also pleasure to honor our chairperson for this session, Ma'am, please. we're going to have the mandatory function. Just please wait for a few moments.
Officials, parents, staff, students, and alumni. 9 April 1962 will always be a memorable day in the annals of Vijayawada. On this day, the foundation was laid for the first women's college in the region by no less a person than the then Chief Minister of the state, Leena Quadras, to make this possible. The support of benefactors such as Suswara Deepika, Muktamali Nagakrishnan garu, Ramchandra Rao garu, KLM Prasad Rao garu, Dr. Innameli Venkateswara Rao garu, and PATRON garu was exceptional, and the institution will forever be indebted to them. The first batch of 8 students entered the portals of Stella College on
Respected chief guests, distinguished dignitaries, chairpersons, esteemed resource persons, learned scholars, faculty members, and dear participants. A very good afternoon to you all. As we arrive at the closing chapter of this intellectually vibrant conference, we gather for the valedictory session, a moment to pause, to reflect, and to acknowledge the collective academic endeavor that has marked these meaningful deliberations. This session stands not only merely as a conclusion, but as a celebration of ideas exchanged, insights gained, and scholarly bonds strengthened. Inviting to commence the valedictory proceedings, I humbly request the presence of our esteemed dignitaries on the dais. May I respectfully invite Ms. Y. Supriya, Organizing Secretary, whose meticulously planning has ensured the smooth conduct of this conference. Please, ma'am. Dr. G. Beulah Sunanda, convener of the conference, whose scholarly vision has brought this academic gathering to fruification. Please, ma'am. Dr. Sister Iniyasamma Gade, Principal, Stella College, whose visionary leadership continues to inspire academic excellence. Dr. Sister Leena Quadras, Correspondent, Stella College, whose unwavering support strengthens the intellectual and ethical foundations of this institution. Please, sister. And our chief guest, Dr. Lakshmanti Naidu, Assistant Director, Andhra Pradesh Tourism Authority, Vijayawada. May I request Santhisri ma'am to honor ma'am with a sapling. May I request the dignitaries to kindly take their places on the dais. Please take the seats. Thank you. Very meaningful endeavor begins with a moment of reverence to invoke divine grace and express our gratitude for the success of this conference. I now invite Ms. Nancy and group to lead us in the prayer. Kindly all of you stand with us. Blessed
plentiful, with streams of abundance flow. Blessed be your name. Blessed be your name. When I'm found in the desert place, you'll walk through the wilderness. Blessed be your name. Every blessing you pour out, turn back to grace. When the darkness closes in on, still I will say, blessed be the name of the Lord. Blessed be your name. Blessed be the name of the Lord. Blessed be your glorious name. Blessed be your name. The sun shining down on me, when the world's all as it should be. Blessed be your name. Blessed be your name. On the road marked with suffering, those pain in the offering. Blessed be your name. Every blessing you pour out, turn back to praise. When the darkness closes in light, still I will say, blessed be the name of the Lord. Blessed be your name. Blessed be the name of the Lord. Blessed be your glorious name. You give and take away. You give and take away. My heart will choose to say, no, blessed be your name. You give and take away. You give and take away. My heart will choose to sing. Now blessed be your name. Blessed be the name of the Lord. Blessed be your name. Blessed be the name of the Lord. Blessed be your glorious name. Blessed be the name of the Lord. Blessed be your name. Blessed be the name of the Lord. Blessed be your glorious name.
Kindly be seated, all of you. Thank you for the uplifting invocation, which has set a reflective tone for this session. Leadership finds its true expression in wisdom and encouragement. I now invite Dr. Sister Iniyasamma Gade, our respected principal, to deliver the valedictory message and share her reflections on the academic journey of this conference. Please.
Respected Chief Guest, Dr. Nazwalti Naidu, Assistant Director, Andhra Pradesh Tourism Ministry, Vijayawada, Dr. Leena Quadras, our Correspondent, distinguished guests, resource persons, dear faculty, and my dear students, a very good evening to all.
Good evening, sister.
Thank you, dear madam, for accepting to be the chief guest of today's valedictory function. As we reach the valedictory moment of this intellectually enriching two-day national conference, I stand before you with a sense of gratitude and pride. These 2 days have been marked by thoughtful deliberations, meaningful discussions, and a shared commitment to academic excellence and social relevance. At the outset, I extend my heartfelt appreciation to our convener, Dr. G. Beulah Sunanda, whose vision and tireless coordination were central to the success of this conference. My sincere thanks also go to our organizing secretary, Ms. Y. Supriya, Head Department of English, whose efficient planning and calm execution ensured the smooth conduct of all the sessions. I place on record my deep appreciation for the faculty of the Department of History, Ms. Sailaja, Mr. Madhav, Mr. Anjani Simha, for providing strong academic grounding and organizational support, and for their role in guiding students and hosting delegates. I also thank the faculty of the Department of English, Dr. Sheela, Ms. Swaroopa, Ms. Santhisri, Ms. Swara and Ramya for their valuable intellectual contribution, session coordination, and warm hospitality, reflecting true interdisciplinary collaboration and all the other department members who helped them. Conferences such as this remind us that education flourishes beyond classrooms in dialogue, collaboration, and critical reflection. I also thank all the participants, presenters, and guest students whose enthusiasm and curiosity gave life to every session. As we conclude, let us carry forward the insights gained here into our teaching, research, and service to society. May this conference mark the beginning of deeper academic engagement and cooperation in the coming days. With these words, I once again thank everyone who made this conference a memorable success. Thank you and God bless us all.
Thank you, sister, for your inspiring words that reaffirm our commitment to scholarship, integrity, and excellence. It is now my privilege to request Ms. B. Santhisri, Department of English, to introduce our Honorable Chief Guest and acquaint us with her distinguished academic and professional profile.
Good afternoon to one and all. It's an honor to introduce our esteemed chief guest, Dr. A. Lajpati Naidu, who stands as a committed voice in the field of responsible tourism, where professional excellence is harmoniously blended with social conscience. With over 2 decades of distinguished experience in the aviation and travel industry, she brings to her work a rare synthesis of academic insight, administrative acumen, and humanitarian vision. Presently, serving as Assistant Director, Capacity Building with Andhra Pradesh Tourism, she has been instrumental in shaping tourism as a catalyst for inclusive and sustainable development. Dr. Naidu holds a doctorate in tourism, complemented by professional certifications from IITA Montreal and Cambridge University London, reflecting a strong global orientation and scholarly depth. Her initiatives have empowered fishermen, weavers, local artisans, women from self-help groups, and persons with visual impairment through innovative vocational tourism programs. Notably, her association with the National Association for the Blind facilitated the integration of visually impaired youth into mainstream hospitality, reaffirming her belief that tourism must be both accessible and humane. As the principal investigator for the Blue Flag Beach development in Andhra Pradesh, she has contributed significantly to environmentally responsible coastal tourism, while her work in homestay promotion and tribal development continues to strengthen community-based tourism models. a recipient of several prestigious honors, including the Responsible Tourism Gold Award, Femflare Women of the Year, Stree Shakti Award, and Best Employee of the Year. Let's all give her a round of applause. Dr. Naidu also writes for Travel News Digest. She is currently engaged in authoring a book titled Atiti Devo Bhava, reaffirming her enduring commitment to ethical travel and cultural stewardship. Ma'am, thank you for being here amongst us. We invite you to give a message to our country.
Mr. Principal, Sister Leena, Dr. Beulah, and the coordinating research scholars who have come all the way, students and my dear children. Matru Devo Bhava, Pitru Devo Bhava, Acharya Devo Bhava, Atiti Devo Bhava. How many of you have heard this adage? Wonderful. So when I entered the thing, I saw Department of History, Tourism and English. So and your thing, bridging borders, reimagining futures. History. Once upon a time, there was a kingdom called Kosala and a king called Dasharatha, right? And Dasharatha had his favorite son called Rama. And his favorite son, apart from the son, he had 3 more sons. But you know, there was a word ahead of the palace in Ayodhya where teachers like, you know, I was talking to Sister Leena and it was quite overwhelming and this principal, where I thought classroom teaching is gone beyond classroom, and that is where even King Dasharatha decided he has to send Rama out of Ayodhya. So he had a guru called Vishwamitra, like how you have so many gurus. So what did the world teach through tourism? That means leaving your comfort zone and going out of that, you will learn what is there beyond classrooms. And the first thing, and history, your department teaches that, right? The story which I have told you now, everybody has heard about that story. And from Ramayana to Mahabharata to a destination called Kurukshetra, from now what our Honorable Chief Minister is talking about, from Davos to Dindi in West Godavari. We are talking about development, we are talking bridging borders. I'm not going to talk about what it is, I'm a storyteller, I love telling stories. Bridging borders, what are we talking? I heard 2 research papers which were talking about fintech and another one about Telugu diaspora. Sir, I was listening to your paper, and this year we are proud to say that we have conducted Telugu Mahasabalu in Amaravati. And I expect all the faculty, research students, everybody to integrate the research not inside the 4 walls or in a book, but to share with the sister so that we can integrate and take these ideas and implement. And that is where is the grassroots functioning. And secondly, we are very proud to say that the government of Andhra Pradesh, the tourism department has initiated internship activities for the students. So it's just not history, tourism or English. And what kind of an internship? I was sharing with sister that we had an organization called Volunteer Yatra, where we gave the volunteers, the accommodation, the food and transport, and we asked them to take reels, each one 70 reels. How many are interested in working with me? Taking reels on destinations, on tourism. This is something which is embedded with you. As a teacher, as an academician, I love giving books to children or anybody. But what I understood, the digitalization, what we're talking about is bridging borders and reimagining futures. Gone were the days where I was the one who is carrying these papers and I saw sister's transformation using a mobile and giving you a speech. What did sister do? I'm still ancient. I still belong to Rama's age. But what sister has adopted to herself was, sister, reimagine her future. She has adapted to your culture and started telling you about that, how technology plays a very, very important role in grooming you, right? And the third important diasporic identity, highest number of Telugu. If you talk about United States, there are only 3 languages, Telugu, Gujarati and English. They have, like, if you talk about Canada, they're English, French and Telugu. Highest spoken. What are we talking? I'm not talking about diasporic identity, since 2 days you have enough of it. What I meant to say is we are bridging gaps, what we have learned in America to Amalapuram. I watched a reel called Americalo Amalapuram Amai. Americalo Amalapuram Amai. What is she doing there is, she is in fact combining the diasporic identity of Amalapuram to America. And at the same time, we are just not talking about diasporic and losing our identity, but that is where comes the integration and innovation. That Amalapuram Ammai was very smart enough to integrate technology, and she innovated and created her own channel, her own Insta reel, her own Insta page or Facebook page, and started earning money out of it. Right? YouTube pays, and you need more followers. And that's where the digitalization, integration, and innovation has come. And to come up with that, we are talking about an era of global transformation. Where do the transformation occur? Transformation first within, transformation within the society, and transformation within. We, the state of Andhra Pradesh, under the aegis of Honorable CM Shri Chandrababu Naidu Garu, we talk about only one particular agenda is given to us. I was sharing with Honorable Sister Principal, saying that there is no secularism, there is no communism, there is no capitalism, there is only one ism, that is tourism. Do you agree with that? Why? Tourism, in spite of you taking a bank loan and going and studying abroad, that was a day when there was a brain drain to our country. Today we are talking about brain gain. Why the brain gain? A village called in Sakinechipalli in West Godavari district has huge dirham potentials. I was reading one of the paper on fintech, where talking about remittances into India, sister. So that had a tremendous impact in growing our GDP. A 45-day Kumbh Mela, which is conducted by UP Tourism, Uttar Pradesh Tourism, had impacted the complete GDP of the whole state. Why? From a tea seller to a boat rider, everybody earned money through that. Sister was telling me, ma'am, Sister Dr. Naidu, there are no takers for tourism. Tourism is all about entrepreneurship. Gone were the days where you need to go for only civil services or work for a government organization or thing. I have a team of ENY who works with me with excellent, all from varied background. All we need is your creativity, your technology-driven embeddedness, and how you articulate yourself. Right? So tourism is something which teaches you beyond classroom, beyond the textbooks, right? Customer care, and I'm proud to say that we are coming up with one of the best airport at Bhogapuram in Visakhapatnam, where a huge sister was sharing with me that some of the students in tourism have been placed at the airport here in Vijayawada, right? Now, Gannavaram, right? Now, I'm coming up with, and we are proud to say our Honorable Civil Aviation Minister is coming up with a very big airport at Bhogapuram, where we need a huge depth of human resources. Now, where are the job opportunities? From C2C, sister, I told. What is C2C? I said, sister, from chairman to chaprasi. From B2B and C2C. We have from housekeeper to the team leaders, we have a huge potential of human resources. The government can make buildings, but can we become robotic? No. We need to have resources from you. We need to have human resources who can be a part of that particular institution which can grow. If Andhra Pradesh has to be alphabetically on a number one, Andhra Pradesh, we are going to have Amaravati, a city which is far beyond. And this year we are proud to say we are celebrating our parade there in Amaravati so that we are branding our state after bifurcation, right? So a capital was shared between Hyderabad. Till date, I travel globally all across India. When I say I'm Dr. Naidu, I'm from Andhra Pradesh, people say, ma'am, in Hindi, when I go to Delhi very often, they say, ma'am, आप बिरयानी खाते हो, आप पर्स पहनते हो, या पोचमपल्ली पहनते हो? I said, no, मैं डॉक्टर लाजवंती नायडू हूँ, मैं राजमंड्री से हूँ, अमरावती मेरी कैपिटल है, एंड मैं मंगलगिरी पहनती हूँ, एंड मैं चिलकलोरी पेटा का ज्वेलरी पहनती हूँ. And of course, when I am from Konaseema, I said I love eating pitalu and royalu also, which is my culinary tourism. Right? So, it's a way to the heart, to a man is to the stomach. So, whenever a tourist is coming, these are the four important things which you need to understand. The state is gearing up with huge accommodations, where the students who are looking for job opportunities are where they're looking for internships, or where they're looking to start up their own thing. We have Ratan Tata Innovative Hub, which is come up at Mangalagiri. Please look into that, sister. Please look into the mentorship and other things, right? So the mentorship, Ratan Tata mentorship, Innovative Hub gives you a number of ideas. We are prototyping your ideas and make it market implementable. Second important thing is we coming up with number of hotels, which looks out for accommodation for all of you, where we have huge depth for human resources. Just not only you need to have tourism or hospitality, you need to have a passion for customer care. And you need to talk about understanding how a tourist behavior works. And the third important thing, we're not talking about placements in government organizations, or we're not talking about even travel aggregator, OTA, online travel associations, online travel platforms, like Make My Trip, Lease My Trip. How many of you know Amazon and Myntra, right? Similarly, all those online travel portal aggregators are something which we are coming up with and which we are collaborating. And the most important thing, Honorable Chief Minister, we are talking about creating experiences. It's like curating experiences and creating economy, where we want to talk about global transformation. We are curating experience. Last week, Honorable His Excellency European Ambassador visited a village called Kondapalli, which is a GI tagged product. Andhra Pradesh has geographical indicated tagged products throughout, and we are very proud to have many GI tagged products. So we invited the ambassador to take there and see the complete thing. Now the artisans who are living in Kondapalli are creating experience, how a toy is being shot, how a toy is being, and we are doing digital learning to them so that they can sell their products from Dallas to Dindi or to Dhavaleshwaram to Dharwad. Why? Because digitalization has been an integrated part of our lifestyle. So the artisans are also selling sitting in Kondapalli. That's what is all this time, this conference outcome is, where we are going to take away that global transformation. You need to transform yourself digitally. You need to upgrade your knowledge creatively, and how we are creating economy is another example. Is homestays where we are working. Tirupati. How many of you heard the place called Tirupati? Right. Three important cities which we are talking about: Visakhapatnam, Vijayawada, and Tirupati. We want to encourage homestays. Why homestays? Anybody heard the word called Airbnb? Oyo, right? These are Airbnb portals. If you have a home, we just upload you on that particular thing so that you take care of a tourist instead of a hotel. So sitting in your own home, you can earn money. This concept is very prevalent in states like Kerala, Rajasthan, and Gujarat. but not in Andhra Pradesh yet. Even in Hyderabad it is famous, but not in Andhra Pradesh as such. So we are encouraging to have homestays in these cities, especially Visakhapatnam, which is very, very prone to tourist-centric destinations where we are creating economy by curating experiences. So this is something where there is no need for a migration system. So this avoids migration, and within the destination itself, you are creating more employment. If you are running a home, in that particular homekeeper, a taxi driver, or a dhobi, you are giving free employment opportunities in your home. So this is where is our vision and a mission which we want to take up in Andhra Pradesh. And Andhra Pradesh, as such, under the Honorable Chief Minister Shri Nara Chandrababu Naidu Garu, we want to make it. As of now, we are standing number 3 in parts of investments, and we're going to grow global transformation, what your team absolutely talks about it. So the key takeaways, please understand, we need not go to migrate any other thing. These are certain good things which the government is coming up. Look into these things, collaborate with the government. Please consult with other departments, work in a team, and let's bridge the borders, and let's curate experiences, and let's create economy. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Madam, for your profound and thought-provoking address. Your reflections have not only enriched this session, but have also offered us a broader perspective that connects scholarship with the social and cultural responsibility. Thank you, ma'am, once again. A conference of such academic depth deserves a thoughtful summation. I now invite Dr. G. Beulah Sunanda, the convener of the conference, to present the conference report, highlighting the key themes, deliberations, and scholarly outcomes of this two-day academic engagement. Please, ma'am.
At the outset, I greet all the dignitaries on the dais, and I'm very, very thankful that today Lakshmanti ma'am was able to come to our college, because I've been trying to get her to the college so many times, somehow it did not work out. I think today was the right thing. I mean, our sister principal suggested, why don't you call her? Then I said, okay, and luckily for us, she has agreed. Yes, so thank you. Yes. So these 2 days of this national conference with the assistance of ICSSR has become quite successful, I would say, because a lot of planning had gone into that. We didn't really have a lot of time. We had applied for it, and then we were not very sure whether we would get it or not. And one fine day, sister principal called me, Beulah, we got it. And then we started working, and we were fortunate also to get very scholarly, very excellent resource persons for all of our technical sessions. So the inaugural was conducted on the 22nd of January, and the Vice Chancellor, Professor Ramji Kuna, graced the occasion, and it was really nice because he had gone to Bangalore, but then he was able to make time and be part of our celebration. And he talked about skilling India and the need for the students to be acquiring various skills for them to be employable. And then the first technical session was headed by Professor N. Usha. She's a registrar of the Krishna University, and she's an expert on diasporic studies and hybrid identities, I believe. And I think she has, so her session also was very, very scholarly and nice. And then the second technical session was headed by Professor Kuppuram Govindarajan. Now he is another illustrious international speaker, in fact. He's actually a professor of history and archaeology, and he's presently working in Rwanda, Central Africa. And so he talked about the history, the migration, the diasporic studies. And so that was another very, very interesting, very intellectual and session that we had. Talks about history in shaping diasporic identity and memory. And then that particular session was chaired by Dr. Moba Srinivasa. He is a vice principal and also head department of history under Loyola College. And the first session for N. Usha ma'am was chaired by Dr. Sophia, she's from KLU. And then we had this, the third session, we had paper presentations. So we are very lucky that a lot of papers, research papers were received. Like in all, we were able to get about 40 and odd papers. And we were able to fit in quite a lot of presentations, but then time was a constraint to us because somehow the sessions got extended, and then we did have very, very good enthusiastic paper presenters. And the participants also, a lot of participation also is witnessed through these 2 days. The fourth session was on digital diaspora and entrepreneurship. And it was the resource person for this particular session was Professor Aloysius Edward J. He's a registrar, Christu Jayanti University, Dean to be University of Bangalore. And so that session was chaired by Dr. Sister Candy. She's our student, but she's teaching English in on the Loyola College of Engineering and Technology. And then the fifth session was soft power and cultural diplomacy. The resource person is right in front of us here, Reverend Dr. Iniyasamma. He's the director, Department of History from Loyola College, Chennai. So his session also was very, very extensive and very good, in fact. And so we were able to understand the power of soft power, the importance of soft power and cultural diplomacy, how we can relate it. And then, of course, the sixth session was headed by Dr. V. Rajalakshmi Garu. She's a lecturer, Department of History, head of the Department of History, Government Degree College, Avnigadda. And she's also our viewers member. And so she was able to handle so many of the people presenters. I'm sorry, maybe we could not give more time to our presenters, but then we were always running, running after time, in fact. And the concept of concluding everything within time was a big challenge to us. And then getting the people and then making sure that everything goes according to plan was another big challenge, but somehow we managed it. And we've come to this stage now where we are now having the valedictory function. So it was very, very fruitful, I would say. And a lot of participation, a lot of people have come, and so we are very happy about the whole. I would say I'm quite satisfied. And the publication also will be out in a matter of 1 week, 10 days. And so we are working on it. Because actually it should have come, but we had a little later. Still the last day also we were receiving papers and compiling the papers and putting them in order. And so we could not, it's going to be out in a matter of 1 week, 10 days. And so we understand, or I understand that the outcomes of this particular session, this national conference, we were definitely able to have a deeper understanding of the diasporic experiences, through the historical, cultural, and interdisciplinary perspective. Today, we had this morning, digital entrepreneurship and diasporic aspect. Now, all of us, in fact, we go in for online shopping, and then the way he has connected that to the diasporic study was very, very interesting. And then there was understanding the role of memory and collective identity in shaping the diasporic communities across the generations. So we understood how this factor, the kind of memory and the roots, the very first keynote address given by Professor Nitin Varghese. He talked about the roots and then roots, R-O-O-T-S and then R-O-U-T-E-S. And so how these two things have an impact on the diasporic studies. That was another very, very interesting. I would say every session was very, very intellectual, it was scholarly, and somehow, by God's grace, it worked out for us. And we were fortunate enough to get very good resource persons. And we were also, I'm sure all the members, the participants understood the diasporic contribution to the global transformation in culture, economy, politics, and knowledge system. And then through the deliberations, also the concept of research in the various aspects. Research be carried out, how far it can be done. So we sort of no, the outcome was, that's what we have understood. And so I would say in the end, by God's grace, this particular 2-day ICSSR conference was successfully conducted, I would say, from my point of view. And so we just look forward to more opportunities of that kind in the future. And I thank all the participants, and definitely I thank my principal, Dr. Sister Anjani Simha, our correspondent, Dr. Sister Leena, my department members, and the Department of English, Mrs. Y. Supriya, the organizing secretary, the members of the department, LMR Swaroopa, Sheela, Shanti. She's been the heart and soul, so much of work she has also done, Santhisri. And so all my department members, I wish to thank, because it is a collective effort. All of us have worked together. And so if there are any mistakes in somewhere, I humbly ask for your forgiveness, I would say. But otherwise, no, we have done our best. And in the future, we'll try to do it better. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for the comprehensive and insightful report, which beautifully encapsulates the spirit and the substance of the conference. Thank you, ma'am. Recognition is both an acknowledgement of effort and an encouragement for future scholarship. We shall now proceed with the presentation of certificates. I request Dr. Sister Iniyasamma, Principal, Dr. Sister Leena Quadras, Correspondent, and Dr. Lajvanti Naidu, Honorable Chief Guest, to kindly present the certificates to the participants.
I present to you the names of some of the names of the participants. Now I call upon K. Sarat Chandra, Associate Professor, Department of Journalism. Santhisri, Lecturer, Department of English. Y. Supriya, Department of English. LMR Swaroopa, Department of English. Suswara Deepika, Lecturer. Dr. Ramdan. Mrs. Nagasri. Mrs. Sridevi, Miss Sri Lakshmi, Mrs. Dr. Rajan. Our student participants, Miss Vatsalya. Vatsalya and Miss Sujata. Madhav Gupta, Dr. Madhav Gupta. Anjani Simha. Dr. Sheela from the Department of English. Captain Sailaja from the Department of History. Dr. Beulah for Sunanda.
Battery.
Dr. Sister Iniyasamma, Principal.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sisters, for doing the honor. Mrs. Vishala. Mrs. Vishala. Mrs. Swapna. Mrs. Swapna.
Heartfelt congratulations to all the participants for their valuable scholarly contributions. Respected Chief Guest, Dr. Lakshmanti Naidu, Assistant Professor, Andhra Pradesh Tourism. Ma'am, it is our honor to felicitate you on this auspicious occasion of the valedictory session of the ICSSR National Seminar. Your presence here today lends great value to our deliberation and we are grateful for your time and expertise. Please accept this token of appreciation as a symbol of our respect and gratitude. Gratitude lends grace to every conclusion. I now invite Dr. G. Beulah per Sunanda to propose the vote of thanks.
It's a privilege, it's an honor to propose a formal vote of thanks on behalf of all my team at the conclusion of this two-day national conference. First of all, I thank God Almighty for giving us this opportunity and for helping us to get through these 2 days successfully. I thank our principal, Dr. Sister Iniyasamma, for her continuous support, guidance. She was a driving force behind this whole venture. She was the one who has taken the initiative. She called me and then said, I have to do it together along with English. So I really thank her for the opportunity that is given. Thank you, sister, for all the support that you have given to us. I thank our correspondent, Dr. Sister Leena, for her quiet and calm assurance, for her support and for her encouragement in all that. Thank you so much, sister. And I thank our chief guest, Dr. Vijayawada Naidu, the Assistant Director at Vijayawada, for being with us this afternoon. We tried to, as I told earlier, we tried to get her to our college several times, but I think today was the right time. So thank you so much, sister. So thank you so much, ma'am, for your valuable message. The assurance, the encouragement that you have given, because we actually need it with regard to tourism. Because there was a time when tourism was at its peak in our college. We had very good strength. Now, of late, it is really going down, but I think with your talk, I'm sure the students are again inspired. Thank you so much for your valuable message. You are definitely a dynamic leader and a great orator. Thank you so much. And I thank the resource persons. As I mentioned earlier, each person was very unique. It was very, very good. So all resource persons, starting right from our Vice Chancellor, Professor Ramya, and then we have Professor Usha, and then we have Dr. Professor Govindarajan Kupura, and then we have Dr. Aloysius Edward, and then we had Father Dr. Iniyasamma. So all of these sessions by this very, very intellectual, very valuable resource persons was a boon to us. So I thank all of them. And so along with that, we also had very supportive chairpersons for each section. Like, the first, starting from the first section, Mohammed Srinivas, and then we, Dr. Rika Kashkar, we, Rajalakshmi, Farhad, Dr. Farhad, Dr. Sophia. So every one of them had really supported. In addition to that, we also had rapporteurs, people who are continuously now giving a report of this, the presentations that we had. We had the first day, we had Sheila ma'am, and then we had Madhav sir, and then we had Sarat Chandra, and I think we also had Sridevi. So for each session, we had this rapporteur. So I really thank for the contribution that you have made to us, to the success of this particular conference. And then I also thank the members. I thank Mr. Sarat Chandra for accompanying, for going in, receiving the guests at the airport, at the railway station, the same way Anjani Simha and also Madhav Gupta have done their bit in welcoming and receiving the guests, and which also was conducive to the success of our conference. Thank you so much. And then I definitely thank the technical support extended to us by Mr. Prasad and his team. Continuously, he was there for 2 days, making sure that everything was going on very well. Thank you so much, Prasad. And of course, the support staff also, I need to thank Prakash, Anjani, and Sunita, Saloni, and the others. Okay. And I thank, before I go, I also need to thank the vice principals, Mrs. Usha and Dr. Sister Asha, for their constant support. And also I thank Mrs. Vijayawada, intermediate vice principal, for whenever we needed any support or any kind of guidance, they were there to help us. So thank you so much. And of course, we also have a number of sponsors who also supported us in this big venture. We thank our GRT jewelers. We thank the global education institutions, and then there are also various people, private persons also have contributed significantly for the success of our conference. And, yes, we also thank Aparna who has sponsored the fines for us. So thank you so much. So without this support, it's not really possible to make everything come together. And then we also thank Swapna for looking after the media, for sending in articles. So that's again, finally, I think definitely my thanks are due to my department members and also the department members of English. Supriya and I were able to work well together, similarly along with Shanti and also Sailaja and all the other members, working together. It was really nice. And somehow we were able to make it come out well, I would say. So thanks to one and all, each one. If I forgot anybody, please forgive me. And so thank you one and all. Hopefully we'll meet again in some other academic circles like this. Thank you. Have a great evening.
Thank you, ma'am. As we just stand in your places, and you don't move from the hall. As we formally conclude this valedictory session, may I request the august gathering to kindly rise for the national anthem.
पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
I invite all of you to please go and take your snacks. Okay. Have a great evening. Thank you. Students as well, all the students, please go and have your snacks.
కోసం అంటే లైబ్రరీ మేడానికి